Chapter 1332. Even if you give us 3,000, we won't even count on it. Fong Ping silently healed his thigh. A few small fish appeared in his hand, and he pressed them on the wound on his thigh like they were free. Bones gradually grew out, but they were not as strong as before, and they were not as sturdy. Fong Ping lowered his head and healed his injuries. His flesh was also recovering. Not only him, but Li Hansong too. Iron Head was still fused by him, and his injuries were not light. Small fish were used one after another. In the blink of an eye, the two of them used 7 or 8 small fish. Luan and Shi bared their teeth as they watched. This guy was really extravagant. Fong Ping did not say anything, and threw a few small fish out. Shi was slightly stunned, but he still took 2 fish. Luan's injuries were more serious, and he took 4. At this moment, Fong Ping had almost used up the small fish that he got from Cat 2 previously. On the opposite side, some of Spirit Emperor's injuries were also disappearing. Both sides were healing their injuries. Underground, Xing Nen breathed a sigh of relief. On their side, all 3 were not dead. However, King Huai and the others had crushed a few true gods. Their luck was not bad. Prince, can we go out now? Water Power also looked at Celestial Polarity. Celestial Polarity's expression was still gloomy as he said in a low voice, "Hold up the defensive shield with all your strength." Fong Ping suffered such a big loss. But Spirit Emperor is not willing to pay the price he wants. It's best if no one comes in now. Once a powerhouse from Fong Ping's side comes in, today's battle will not end. Now both sides were restrained, and there was no benefit to fighting to the end. But if someone came now, then wait and see. Celestial Polarity was still uneasy. He exhaled and said, "Heavenly King, Subduing King, Weapon God Envoy, and Heavenly Hound better not come. If they do, everyone pray for their own good." Xing Nan was also terrified. They were almost crushed to death just now. Would another great battle break out? 3,000, 1,000 per person. Fong Ping said calmly, 1,000. 10 is equivalent to a breakthrough 7's vitality, and breakthrough 8 is even stronger. At least 50 is needed to be comparable to a breakthrough 8's vitality. If you want to forge jade bones, you might not succeed even if you cultivate for a lifetime. The vitality required is terrifying. Without the help of the Void Gate, if you want to forge jade bones, you will not be able to without 300. Ling Huang said coldly, "What are you trying to say?" 300 is just barely enough. We still need to fight, recover, and heal. Fong Ping said softly, "Moreover, we have to risk our lives for it. 1,000 is really not too much, is it?" Luan and Shi both looked at Fong Ping. 1,000 was actually too much. 1,000 for 3 people was actually enough. Fong Ping, this guy, wasn't he afraid that Emperor Ling Huang would turn against him again? At their level, bargaining was actually very rare. Both parties felt that it was about right, so they agreed. Why did Fong Ping have to shout so loudly? Fong Ping did not say anything. His attitude was still considered good, but his conditions were high. There was nothing else. He just wanted to wait. The God Creation Envoy was also breaking through the barrier. He wanted to wait and see if he could wait until they arrived. Let's drag it out for a while. If they really came, then I'll continue to kill this woman. If he didn't come, then the bottom line would be 1,000, and he could agree. Fong Ping wanted to buy time. Spirit Emperor was no fool. Taking a deep look at him, Spirit Emperor, who had been wearing a cold face, suddenly laughed and said, "Interesting. The 3 realms actually have someone like you. Your desire for revenge is even greater than the Heavenly Hound of the past." Fong Ping wanted to take revenge on her. He was actually stalling for time, waiting for someone to come. Even the Heavenly Hound, who had offended someone stronger than it back then, did not dare to take revenge. If it wanted to take revenge, it had to be kept in its heart. Fong Ping, on the other hand, really didn't want to take revenge overnight. Fong Ping smiled foolishly and said, Senior, I don't quite understand what you're saying. 3,000. Senior definitely has them. To be honest, Senior doesn't have to be so stingy. If you win, then you have everything. If you lose, then there's nothing left. Actually, Senior, who has already forged jade bones, doesn't need these things. If that's the case, why don't you give us some? If we become stronger, it will also be beneficial to Senior, right? Fong Ping said faintly, unless Senior is prepared to keep it and continue to bribe some powerhouses. Is this because you don't trust us? Fong Ping chuckled and said, sometimes I'm afraid that there will be internal problems. Senior, it's best if you don't reach an agreement with Hong Kuan and the others. Otherwise, it's easy to cause problems. Spirit Emperor looked at him deeply and suddenly said, 1,500 fish of life. This is also the majority of my accumulation. What's left? I also need to repair my flesh and bones. As she said that, Spirit Emperor quickly said, 500 fish. It's definitely enough for you to forge jade bones. Fong Ping, don't push your luck otherwise. Even if I'm surrounded and killed by you, you won't get anything. Not only that, the three of you, do you really think you can survive? Fong Ping? Sherpa looked at Fong Ping and shouted. His meaning was actually a little clear. Not bad. It was enough to forge jade bones. If that was the case, then he should stop while he was ahead. Spirit Emperor wasn't weak. If he really forced her to fight to the death, Fong Ping wouldn't be able to get away with it. Fong Ping took a deep breath. Sure, Pa didn't want to fight anymore. Actually, Luan didn't want to fight either. 1,500 fish, 500 fish each. It was enough for both of them to forge jade bones. If that was the case, then what was the point of fighting? Fong Ping's thoughts turned, and very quickly he smiled and said, all right, if that's the case, then it's settled. After saying that, Fong Ping looked at Luan and Sherpa, saying slowly, how about 400 each? It's the kind where one person can eat his fill and the whole family won't starve. I still have a big family to feed behind me. Luan rolled her eyes. Did you forget about my divine kingdom of chaos? Fong Ping laughed in spite of himself. He really forgot. Then Luan will give you 500, Senior Sherpa. Can you give me less? What do you think? Sherpa was just one person. It wasn't really useful to have more. Of course, more was a good thing. Fong Ping thought for a while and said, I can use origin energy or imperishable substances to exchange with you, Senior. I need these more. After all, King Wu hasn't forged jade bones yet. You humans are doing a jade bone wholesale business? Just a random sentence. It was really good. Li Hansong Cat, Fong Ping, King Wu, and even the God Creation Envoy, as well as suppressing Heavenly King. How many jade bone realms were the humans going to make? Spirit Emperor interrupted. Since that's the case, you three can break through now. Fong Ping's eyes flickered, and he glanced at Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor said coldly, do you think I will let you forge jade bones here and continue to be enemies with me? If you take my things, then you will have to do what you did before. Fong Ping narrowed his eyes, paused, and said quickly, okay. He had some guesses. Spirit Emperor agreed too quickly. It was a little different from before. Could it be that she felt that someone was coming? Otherwise, with Spirit Emperor's personality, would she agree to give Fong Ping and the others 1,500 small fish so easily? Fong Ping was still thinking. Spirit Emperor said coldly, the three of you can leave now. As she said that, she waved her hand, and a passage appeared in the void. This time, the passage was clearer than the previous checkpoints. Fong Ping said slowly, where's the thing? Step on the passage. I will give it to you. I am different from you. I will never break my promise. Spirit Emperor was not stupid. Now that she had given it to them, if the three of them did not leave, she could not force them to leave. However, as long as they stepped on the passage, she could teleport them away at any time. Fong Ping was more and more certain that someone was coming. Unfortunately, Spirit Emperor sensed it. At this moment, she was forcing them to leave. They were discussing. Xingnan and the others listened with jealousy. It felt so good. Not only did she give them good things, but she also wanted to send them away. They had no choice but to leave. They had tried everything they could to clear the checkpoints. It's a pity that we have to continue feeding the cats, Xingnan lamented. Sky's gaze was solemn. He glanced at Xue, Li, and Xingnan and transmitted his voice. Step on the passage together later. Remember, you must be fast, you must be fast. If you are not fast, you will die. The moment Spirit Emperor teleports, remember, you must enter the passage and teleport away. Sky's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. That idiot Xingnan was still envious. These people were actually discussing this in front of them. Obviously, they had reached an agreement. Moreover, Spirit Emperor was unbelievably strong. What did this mean? Trouble. Sky was not stupid. Silence them. They were in big trouble. At this moment, Fong Ping shouted, "Xue Li, let's go together." Xue Li's eyes moved slightly, looking at Sky. Sky hurriedly transmitted his voice. "Don't mention what we just did. Don't mention my purpose. I did not give up on you just now. Just keep quiet." Fong Ping telling Xue Li to go proved everything. Sky cursed in his heart. That bastard Fong Ping did not bring him along. He vaguely remembered that his cheap old man had asked Fong Ping to take care of him. Bastard. Fong Ping did not forget, but he was not too worried about Sky's safety. Spirit Emperor wanted to occupy the real body and would not offend too many emperors. Sky was Emperor Shi's son. Emperor Shi was not dead yet. At most, Spirit Emperor could trap him in this level. She would not kill him. If that was the case, he could not be bothered to say anything. Spirit Emperor was constantly urging them to leave, and her attitude was getting more and more unyielding. If they did not leave, there might be another war. Fong Ping called Xue Li over and did not say anything else. Spirit Emperor's control over this level was beyond his expectations. What could she possibly be doing? Could she be stopping someone from breaking through the barrier? Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to sense anything in advance and stop the other party from coming. Fong Ping's guess was not wrong. At this moment, in one of the passages, Heavenly Hound growled impatiently, "Why is it taking so long? This level's teleportation is too slow. Is it wasting my time?" It was getting a little impatient. How long had it been? Why did it feel like the teleportation had stopped? Roar. A fierce roar was heard. Heavenly Hound stepped forward, raising its head and looking at the passage in front. Why did it feel like it was blocked? Was it not moving? Heavenly Hound was a little annoyed. Could there be a problem with the teleportation passage here? It did not know how to fix it. If it did not know how to fix it, was it going to be trapped here forever? Bang! Heavenly Hound swallowed the energy ball and blasted it forward. The passage in front trembled. Heavenly Hound was a little surprised. It was just impatient and hit it casually. Could it be that the passage was blocked? Heavenly Hound shook its head. If that was the case, it could continue moving after hitting it a few more times. Bang! Heavenly Hound spat out the vitality ball again, blasting it forward. As expected in the passage, it felt that it could continue moving forward. Heavenly Hound was satisfied. At least it was not blocked. Otherwise, what would it do if it was trapped here? Although the speed was a little slow, it was fine as long as it could reach it. It could not fight blindly. If it broke through the passage again, who knew where it would be teleported to? Spirit Emperor's body trembled slightly. Her expression did not change. Above her, however, the power of the rule was condensing rapidly. She was breaking the rules. Fong Ping looked sideways. Spirit Emperor's eyes were cold. Go up the passage. Fong Ping, I've given you the thing. Why aren't you leaving? Do you really want me to go all out? She still had some restraint, because the power of the rule had been targeting her. The more she unleashed, the greater the suppression. But now she was impatient. Fong Ping still wanted to continue at this time. Luan and Shi looked at each other. Sherpa coughed dryly and said, Fong Ping, let's go first. We'll talk after we've forged the jade bones. Since they had already gotten the thing, there was not much meaning in continuing to fight. Fong Ping was a vengeful person. Why would he insist on doing something that did not benefit him? Fong Ping nodded and said no more. In his heart, however, he felt that it was not that he was vengeful, but that it was better to prevent trouble before it happened. As they walked toward the passage, Fong Ping transmitted his voice. Both of you take it easy. She said that she's working with us now, but that might not be true. Once she joins forces with the Dao Tree, hee, 2 breakthroughs, what's the point of fighting? Fong Ping suspected that Spirit Emperor might not really be working with them. Otherwise, why did she not show up earlier? It was only when Fong Ping and the others were too aggressive that this woman showed up. Actually, this was not an intention to work together. Otherwise, Spirit Emperor would have taken the initiative to show up when breakthroughs entered. The Dao Tree had been here in the past. Who knew if it had reached an agreement with Spirit Emperor? Spirit Emperor asked the few of them to help the Dao Tree break through the barrier, and then attack after breaking through. This might be a delaying tactic. Fong Ping would not see Spirit Emperor as a good person. In any case, from the moment Spirit Emperor broke his leg, he felt that Spirit Emperor was evil. As soon as he said that, the two of them did not reply, nor did they refute. But they did not dare to not take it seriously. This was not impossible. They still had to be careful. Spirit Emperor seemed to be working with them now, but who knew if it was true or not? The moment one of his feet stepped into the passage, Fong Ping turned to look at Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor was also looking at him, his expression turning colder and colder. He said coldly, "Put it down." Fong Ping played dumb. "Senior, it's time to give it to us." "Put it down." Spirit Emperor was a little angry. At this moment, Sherpa seemed to notice something and looked toward Fong Ping. What he saw made him dumbfounded. The cat's mouth was bulging. At this moment, it was climbing up Fong Ping's leg with great effort. Fong Ping held the cat in his hand, looking at it with an encouraging expression. Spirit Emperor looked at Fong Ping, not at Fong Ping, but at the cat. "Put it down." Spirit Emperor seemed a little angry. The cat looked aggrieved. The next moment, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a huge fat ball. It said pitifully, "Third cat wanted to go with me. Why are you so fierce?" Third cat fell to the ground and rolled all over the ground. Soon, it rolled to the feet of Spirit Emperor, its fat face also aggrieved. "No, nonsense." Big Cat lied. "I didn't say that I would go with you." Big Cat swallowed me in one bite and wanted to take me away. Fortunately, I was discovered by my master. Otherwise, I would have become Big Cat's food. Spirit Emperor was also very angry. Why was this cat so cheap now? Third cat. Bah, what third cat? How could my cat go with you? She was a clone, not the original. The original might like the cat more, but she and third cat were really close. She was the one who raised this fat cat. She was not the one who raised the gray cat. Seeing that the cat had abandoned third cat, Spirit Emperor was no longer angry. He glanced at them coldly and casually tossed a jade bottle to them. Fong Ping caught it in his hand and smiled. Before he could speak, his vision went black and he was teleported in an instant. At this moment, underground for figures were extremely fast. They were even burning their vitality and flesh to escape. Buzz! For figures arrived in front of the passage almost at the same time. Spirit Emperor was about to make a move when a big hand suddenly slammed down from the sky. She had violated the rules. She had trapped Tengu for some time. At this moment, the rules finally came. Humph! Spirit Emperor snorted. The void exploded. The 4 figures spurted blood at the same time, but they did not care. The 4 rushed into the passage and disappeared. In addition to Sky Pole and Shengnan, King Huai and Yuan Gang also rushed out in an instant. The 4 of them were afraid that they would be silenced. Once the 4 of them ran, the rest were miserable. Without the heavenly kings and saints, the power of the rules came. Spirit Emperor could not help them defend at all. This was a punishment for breaking the rules. The power of the rules comparable to breaking 8 erupted on the spot. No one stopped them. How could those true gods and emperors be lucky enough to escape? Almost instantly, those people underground were all turned into powder in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Spirit Emperor suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a dog barked. Why is it taking so long? What the hell? The big golden dog broke through the air, a little depressed. What was going on this time? The teleportation time was extremely slow. As soon as the result came out, there was a loud bang. The power of the rules that had not completely dissipated previously hit its head for the last time. Boom! Tengu fell to the ground. Its dog face was blank, followed by anger. Who did this king provoke? Why was it struck as soon as it arrived? At the same time, Tengu saw a ball in its eyes. No, a pig? No, what was this thing? Big dog. Cat 3 lay on the ground and asked curiously. It also had some memories, but not much. It remembered Tengu. Big dog was struck? How pitiful! Tengu was stunned for a moment. It did not even care to settle the score with the power of the rules. It stared at Cat 3. This was a cat? F***CK. How did cats look like this? Deformed? Pig? Stupid cat? Wrong, Cat 3. Cat 3 corrected itself. It was no longer a stupid cat. It was now called Cat 3. In the past, people called it Cat 3. Now that there was a big cat called Cat 3, it would be better to call it Cat 3. Tengu continued to be stunned. This aura was the aura of a cat. But how did this cat grow into a ball? Tengu got up and stared at Cat 3. Cat 3 also looked at it. Tengu quickly said, "Stupid cat, is this part of that old woman's trial?" Boom! Thunder rose. Tengu raised its head and swallowed the thunder in one gulp. Looking at the dilapidated building, it asked curiously, "There is no one here? Was it destroyed by someone?" There seemed to be a big battle here. It also smelled some blood. Its nose twitched. Tengu looked in the direction of the small building. Over there, on the top of the dilapidated building, a white figure flashed and didn't meet Tengu. Tengu bared its teeth and was a little dissatisfied, but it didn't care too much. It looked at Cat 3 and patted its head with its paw. Then it pressed it to the ground and stepped on it a few times. Suddenly it grinned and said, "Stupid cat, you have become fat. It feels so good to step on you." Cat 3 was almost trampled to death. It stuck out its tongue and looked confused and innocent. Why are they all beating cats? Big cats beat me. Big dogs beat me too. How do I pass this trial? Feed the cat. Cat 3 was an honest cat. It replied, "Feed the cat. When the cat is happy eating, you can leave." Feed the cat? Tengu said unhappily, "Feed you? Why, you should just feed me." Cat 3 felt wronged, but that was the rule. Tengu slapped Cat 3 away and jumped to the top of the building. It looked around and shouted, "Bitch, come out. You dared to kill me in the past. This time, I am here to take revenge. I will swallow you, bitch, and bite you to death." Tengu roared, extremely arrogant. He was a little proud that he could take revenge. In the void, Spirit Emperor's eyes were gloomy. Another one. Fortunately, he had sent Fong Ping and the others away. Otherwise, when Tengu arrived, Fong Ping did not have to say anything, and Tengu would join the battle immediately. Sure enough, a thorn was still a thorn. After so many years, this dog had not changed. Woof! Tengu roared again and said arrogantly, "Don't hide. How dare you break my dog's leg? I will break your leg today. Watching you bathe is showing you respect. How dare you chase me away? Today I will say it here. Today you will bathe here. I will watch here. If I am satisfied, I will not bite you to death." Spirit Emperor did not plan to continue showing up. At this moment, she could not help it anymore. She was also holding back her anger. She was already uncomfortable before. Now, this anger had reached an extreme. Tengu. Hateful. Hateful. It deserved to be killed. What was it saying? Let me bathe here and watch until it is satisfied? It was blaspheming the emperor. Downstairs, Cat 3 thought for a while and also began to dig a hole. Those people dug holes previously were still safe. It dug a hole and buried itself. If it had known this would happen, it would have been better to go with Big Cat. Why was Big Dog so stupid? Did it want to die? Cat 3 could not understand. Cat 3 had just buried itself in the ground when in the void, thousands of swords shot out. This time, there were no 3 people. Previously, the 3 of them worked together and could only barely block Spirit Emperor. Moreover, they were all heavily injured. At this moment, facing Tengu, a breaking 8, Spirit Emperor had completely displayed his strength. Uft! Countless sharp swords hit Tengu in an instant, sparks flying everywhere. Tengu cried out in pain, a little surprised. How could it be so strong? It should not be. There was no time to think. The heavenly hound bit towards the Spirit Emperor. The Spirit Emperor instantly burst forth with strength at the peak of breaking 8. At the same time, a huge hand appeared. It was the Hand of Rules. The Spirit Emperor directly pulled the huge hand into the heavenly hound's mouth. It was not Fong Ping. Fong Ping could avoid the power of the rule, but Tengu could not. This time, an incomparably shrill scream was heard. Spirit Emperor suddenly felt very good. He had long disliked this dog. Today, it still dared to blaspheme him. He would beat this stupid dog to death. This doesn't make sense. Tengu screamed. This really didn't make sense. How could it be so strong? Before he came in, he did not have a bad feeling. What was going on? Could it be that the threat he felt earlier was given to him by the Spirit Emperor? Tengu understood a little, but also felt a little sad. Why did he end up at Spirit Emperor's level? If he had known, he would have gone to Celestial Emperor Batian and played with him. What bad luck! P.S. My brain is not clear. Let's call it a day. Chapter 1333. Fong Ping did not see Tengu enter Spirit Emperor's level. Of course, he knew that someone must have entered that level. Otherwise, Spirit Emperor would not have driven them away in a hurry. Buzz! The sound of a bubble bursting was heard. In the next moment, Fong Ping and the others entered a new level. Fong Ping did not even look at it. He roughly knew where this level was. Destroy! Yes, according to the situation, this should be the level of celestial annihilation. Beside him, there were also people. Sherpa, Luan, Cat, and Iron Head were also there. However, some people from celestial polarity were not there, because someone had passed the level of celestial annihilation in advance. For example, Yuan Gang had teleported in a different direction from Fong Ping and the others, including King Huai. However, when they teleported away, they seemed to be in a good mood. They were finally separated from Fong Ping, that god of plague, the main hall, a familiar main hall. Skeleton Ironhead looked around and said in surprise, Hall of Myriad Origins? Little dark room? Cat muttered, Wasn't this the little dark room? Celestial Annihilation's Hall of Myriad Origins. Fong Ping and the others were familiar with this place. Fong Ping glanced around. The main hall was similar to the Hall of Myriad Origins he saw before. There were many small compartments, very deep. If celestial annihilation was there, he would be in the depths, which was where the 3 main halls were. Fong Ping was not in a hurry to go there. He casually divided the small jade bottle in his hand into 3. Spirit Emperor did not like to eat fish. Of course, he would not make it look like a fish. It was just the condensation of vitality. He threw 1 to Luan and 1 to Sherpa. Sherpa had slightly less. Luan sensed for a while, rubbed his chin and said, Kid, did you give me less? For 196 small fishes. Is that right? Fong Ping looked surprised. He did not get it wrong. Luan was about to speak when Sherpa said quietly, What are you thinking? Didn't I just give you 4 fish to recover? Do you want more? Luan was speechless. What the hell? Fong Ping was really despicable. He still remembered this. I thought you were giving it to me for free. Fong Ping could not be bothered with him. He looked at Sherpa and said with a smile, Senior, I will give you some imperishable substance and origin chi later. Sherpa had a few, about 400. Fong Ping had the most, 600. This amount was enough for 2 or 3 people to forge their jade bones. Otherwise, these people would have to break down the door to forge their jade bones. Large amounts of life force would surge out from behind the door. Sherpa and Luan hadn't reached this level yet. Even if they reached the level of breaking the gate, they might not be able to break the gate of life. The gate of life was usually the last gate to be broken. Sherpa did not say much. He weighed the small jade bottle in his hand and felt rather emotional. He said with a light smile, If it were me, I would probably leave after feeding the cat. How could there be any other rewards? As expected, I still need to explore more of these checkpoints. Even if I don't get anything this time, it's already beyond my expectations. Sherpa was really emotional. Previously, he had only sensed that something was wrong here, so he followed the Tengu here. When he came in, no one had brought him in, and he had finally managed to sneak in with a monarch clone. Now that he had obtained so much life force, he would have no problem breaking through to 8. Forging jade bones might not allow him to break through to the 8th rank, but it would definitely give him the battle prowess to do so. Once he broke through to the 8th rank, the first gate he broke was the gate of life. His combat strength would be stronger than ordinary powerhouses who broke through 1 gate. Even if he was not as strong as a powerhouse who broke through 2 gates, he would still be able to close the gap quickly. On the other side, Luan was also quite excited. He had earned big this time. Sherpa thought for a while and said, I forgot to tell you earlier. When I came in with a monarch clone. I'm not too sure which monarch it is exactly. It's probably the emperor. Fong Ping smiled. I met it at the emperor's level previously. Sherpa pondered for a while, but still said, It might not be the emperor. Anyway, I don't think it looks like the emperor. I've seen the 9 emperors many times. It doesn't look like it. It looks more like Donghuang. Anyway, just be careful. Fong Ping's pupils contracted slightly. Not the emperor? Donghuang? Sherpa shook his head and said, I'm just guessing. These guys made a clone instead of their actual bodies. It's hard to guess their strength. Oh yeah, that guy at least has the strength to break through 2 gates. Because you need to break through 3 gates to enter. There are 3 martial artists who broke through 1 gate, or 1 powerhouse who broke through 3 gates and 9 gates. At that time, I was with that guy. Although I wasn't far from breaking through 1 gate, this guy brought me in. This means that he has broken through at least 2 gates. I'm afraid he has also made considerable progress on the 3rd gate. As soon as he said that, Luan could not help but complain, These guys, what are they trying to do by making clones come in 1 by 1? Fong Ping, what are you talking about? Cough, cough. Fong Ping coughed softly, interrupting him. He smiled and said, This place isn't like the Spirit Emperor's level. She's in charge there. No one can monitor anything. It's better to talk less about these things here. Why are you speaking so loudly? If you have something to say it through voice transmission. When he said that, Sherpa also said disdainfully, You've lived for almost 10,000 years. You don't even know how to keep a single secret. Luan snorted. As if you're not? However, he felt that Sherpa's temper was quite to his liking. He did not flip out. If it were someone else, he would have flipped out. Fong Ping smiled and said, Both of you, why don't you try forging jade bones now? Do it 1 by 1. The others will protect you to prevent others from taking advantage of you. Both of you have forged jade bones. Even if you don't overdraft, you already have the combat strength of Breaking 8. Breaking 8 is the real capital to dominate in the 3 realms. Even if the Emperor's clones come, you can still fight them. If the Emperor doesn't appear, Breaking 8 is the supreme powerhouse. Fong Ping congratulates both of you in advance. Supreme Powerhouse, Breaking 8. These two people ranked extremely high in the previous ranking of Breaking 7. One was ranked first, and the other was ranked fifth. Of course, Luan's rank of fifth was actually not that far from the rest. Fong Ping comforted Luan in his heart. It's okay. You just have to break 8 in advance. However, among those who broke 7, many people were going to break 8 this time. Luan, Sherpa, Li Zhu, King Qian, Heavenly King, he was killed. Now, there was still the Palm Imprint envoy, King Wu, and Moon Spirit, who had disappeared after leaving the North Emperor's level. The powerhouses who broke 7 in the 3 realms were even fewer now. Of course, they might have to include Fong Ping and Old Cat. Fong Ping suddenly laughed and lamented. If we make it out alive this time, there will be more than 10 people who broke 8. There are only a few who broke 7. I wonder if there will be more people who broke 6. The distribution of combat strength was not balanced. The stronger the person, the fewer. However, the accumulation of tens of thousands of years in the 3 realms had also allowed these people to advance to the realm of the supreme powerhouses. Luan was not in the mood for this. He did not care about this. Looking around, he thought for a while and said, "Kid, you go first. We'll break 8 in the blink of an eye. Let's see how effective you are first." Fong Ping laughed. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll cultivate well this time. I'll have to trouble the 2 seniors to protect me. In this place, people could appear at any time. Moreover, there might be people in this level of Annihilate Emperor. Although he did not look, this level would not be empty. However, Fong Ping and the others were together, so they did not care. No matter who was here, unless the Emperor's true body came, they would not be afraid even if they joined forces. Fong Ping began to cultivate, honing. At the same time, deep in the basilica, Feng Songbei Huang had broken through. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground, like a student, staring at a person sitting cross-legged on the stone platform in front of him. Feng's gaze was slightly complicated. He was called the first seat of the 4 emperors, but he mainly listened to Annihilate Emperor. On the stone platform, the person sitting cross-legged was Mia. Looking at Mia, Feng's gaze became more and more complicated. Soon it became determined. He bowed slightly and said softly, "Master, Feng only wants to ask one thing today. I hope Master can answer my doubts." Mia opened his eyes slowly, his expression cold. Among the 4 emperors, he was the coldest, but he had the most disciples. It was also rare. "Speak." Mia's voice was cold and emotionless. Feng lowered his head and said slowly, "In the past, Master once said that one can fight an emperor at the peak of 1 Dao. Now, the rules of the 3 realms have changed, but there are 3 more virtual gates. Only by breaking 3 gates can one break 9. I don't want to stay in the realm of breaking 8, but I can't break the other 2 gates at this moment. Feng wants to learn from Master and break the extreme Dao of spiritual consciousness first. Once I've proven the Dao of breaking through 9, I'll break the physical and blood Dao. I hope Master can answer my doubts. How can I break through 9 and prove the Dao?" Virtual gate. Mia seemed to be recalling something. He pondered for a moment and said, slowly, "You don't want to walk the omnipotent Dao? You have to understand that the extreme Dao can't prove the Dao and become an emperor. It's because the extreme Dao suppresses the other Daos. You want to break through 9 with 1 Dao, but your origin power is lacking and your power is out of balance. After breaking through 9, it'll be even more difficult to make up for the deficiency." Mia continued, "In the past, Celestial Emperor Baishan's physical body was too powerful, so his spiritual consciousness couldn't improve. It was the same for me. My spiritual consciousness was too powerful, so my physical body couldn't break through. On the other hand, my spiritual consciousness is inferior to mine, and my physical body is inferior to Celestial Emperor Batian, but it's relatively balanced. He's inferior to us in terms of Dao, but his path is faster and more stable." Feng sighed. Back then I was also ambitious. I wanted to prove the omnipotent Tao. I wanted to become an emperor. But the more I cultivated, the more lost and dispirited I became. Feng said bitterly, the omnipotent Tao is too difficult. After so many years, my blood qi has only broken through 6 levels, my bones have only broken through 9 levels, and my physical body is only 7 levels. As he spoke, Feng's face was full of bitterness and sorrow. He lowered his head and said, now the 3 realms are in chaos. I can only give up on my past thoughts. I want to prove the extreme Tao and break through 9 levels. Please enlighten me, Master. Sigh. Mia also let out a long sigh and said softly, extreme Tao, success comes from the extreme Tao, and failure comes from the extreme Tao. But it's also good. Although the extreme Tao is not as good as the Emperor Tao, it has fewer restrictions. Back then, Jean had a chance to become an emperor, but he gave up in the end. Maybe he was right. At this moment, Mia revealed a secret. Feng's expression changed slightly. Could Celestial Emperor Jean become an emperor back then? Then why did he give up? Jean's blood qi was extremely powerful in the extreme Tao. If he could break through 9 levels in all other aspects, he could break through together and become an emperor. Even if Jean couldn't become the first emperor, he could still be among the top 3 emperors. Feng fell into deep thought. Mia stopped talking about this and said slowly, the omnipotent Tao. He had just said a few words when Mia suddenly looked straight ahead. There was a wall in front of him, but it could not block his line of sight. He seemed to have seen Fang Ping and the others. Soon his line of sight shifted, and in the next moment he saw someone. Iron Head. Full doppelganger? Or a descendant? Celestial Emperor Jean frowned slightly. He continued talking, but only Feng could hear him. Fat cat, I keep feeling like someone is watching me. Skeleton Iron Head patted the cat, looking uneasy. He kept feeling that someone was spying on him, harboring malicious intentions. The cat lay on the ground, too lazy to care. It did not like this place very much. The little dark room was not a good place. Back then, Big Blackface even wanted to lock it in the little dark room to cultivate. It was terrible. When the liar is done cultivating later, I'll let him beat Big Blackface to death. The cat thought about this and started to miss Second Cat and Third Cat. Second Cat had food to eat and Third Cat could ride. After this, he did not know if he could see them again. As he thought about this, he glanced at Fang Ping. The more he looked, the more curious he became. Why was the liar smoking? Fang Ping was smoking. This time he was forging jade bones, but it was different from the continuous forging of jade bones that others imagined. Right now, Fang Ping was not forging jade bones on the original foundation. Instead, he was burning. Yes, he was using countless imperishable substances to ignite and burn his bones. Of course, it could not be seen from the outside. Right now, Fang Ping was also ferocious. He was burning himself from the inside out, starting from the bone marrow. Originally, Fang Ping had already forged his bones at 85%. With a little more time, he could achieve jade bones. However, at this moment, Fang Ping chose to reforge his bones. When he was weak, the system could directly forge his bones. At that time, in order to speed up the progress, he let the system directly forge his bones instead of himself painstakingly forging his bones. After that, in order to speed up the bone honing process, he had always used the imperishable substances exchanged from the system to forge his bones. This time, after obtaining a large amount of vitality, Fang Ping suddenly had a strange idea. Before this, he was thinking about forging a doppelganger. The matter of the doppelganger could continue, but his body needed to be remodeled. He wanted to reforge his bones. Right now, he did not lack vitality, energy, or ferociousness. His bones, which were about to reach jade bones, were terrifyingly tough. They could not be broken easily. It would take a huge amount of energy to shatter these bones. Right now, Fang Ping was burning a large amount of imperishable substances using the imperishable substances as a source of charcoal to burn his bones. Fong Ping was smoking. Sherpa and Luan could see something. Both of them looked at each other, slightly shocked. This kid was really ferocious. At their level, everything that they cultivated was not easy. Fong Ping's bones were much stronger than theirs, but this kid was actually burning his bones. One had to know that when Spirit Emperor chased after him for a long time, he only broke one of Fong Ping's legs. This guy was actually burning himself. This was also an extremely painful thing. Burning his own bones bit by bit, this kind of pain, even to them, made them shudder. The stronger the bones, the harder it was to destroy. However, once it was destroyed, it was also extremely painful. Sherpa frowned and transmitted his voice. This kid is very ferocious, but is there a need to do this? Luan thought for a while and said, You and I both know that this kid's cultivation is not normal, and he knows it himself. I'm afraid he also felt that it was not right, so he burned his bones, wanting to start over. If he is not careful, his jade bones will be completely burned, and then it will be ruined. Even if he reforged it, he might not be able to forge it. If the control of the strength is in place, it can still be done. This guy does not lack vitality. Burning bones was not something that anyone could do. If he used too much strength, with a poof, the bones would be completely burned, and he would lose half his life. If the burning strength was not enough, you could burn the front, and the back would recover on its own. Therefore, there was still a very high requirement for the control of strength. While burning, repair, use new energy to repair, no more, no less, to avoid problems with the reforged bones. On the other side, Sky Fate transmitted Shangnan, glanced at the smoking Fong Ping, and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Go, let's break through first. Don't go through with this bastard again. This bastard suddenly reforged his bones here. His ambition is huge. Maybe he wants to escape from some people's control in this ungoverned area. Anyway, nothing good comes out of following him. Let's break through and leave first. Shangnan did not understand and asked, Prince, is there really someone behind him controlling him? Nonsense. Sky Fate said quickly, breaking through Peak 7 in 3 years. Why don't you go and try? This kid has never lacked those cultivation resources. He snatched some, but there are also many that he did not snatch. Those countless imperishable substances, origin chi, they all have no source. Where did they come from? These things may all carry other people's life imprint. If so, then it will almost permeate his entire body. If this kid is unlucky one day, he will be harvested by someone. Now this guy is reforging his bones, maybe to avoid this. Shangnan was shocked and said urgently, Your Highness, who do you think is secretly controlling him? Breaking through Peak 7 in 3 years, and even breaking through Peak 8 soon. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Even a sovereign would find it difficult. It has something to do with this guy, not entirely because of outsiders. This guy is ruthless enough, resolute enough, and cunning enough. That's why his cultivation speed is so fast. If it was a sovereign, he might have attacked him before breaking through Peak 9. If it was me, if the chess piece I set was ruthless and powerful, I would not be at ease. I would definitely take back the chess piece when I can control it. That's why the other party will definitely attack when Fong Ping is weaker than him, and he can't get too close to me. Of course, if it's a stronger guy like the Emperor God, maybe he will delay a little, and attack him when he breaks through Peak 9. Celestial Fate was not too sure, saying as he walked, Don't bother about this kid. It's hard for him to die. Even if he dies, he won't do anything good before he dies. Anyway, it's best to stay away from him. With Fong Ping's personality, if he was really harvested by someone, he would still bite them before he died. Celestial Fate had better stay away, lest he was implicated by Fong Ping, lest he became Fong Ping's funerary object. This guy was ruthless to his enemies, even more ruthless to himself. Burning his bones, Celestial Fate shuddered at the thought of it, and he could not bear to do it. Honestly, at Fong Ping's level of cultivation, Who would really bear to do this? If this body of bones that were almost jade were really burned away, would it not be a great loss? Drip. Sweat dripped. Around Fong Ping's body, the flesh was still there. There was no movement. The more it was so, the more it proved that his strength control was superb. Under such a painful environment, he could actually control his strength to not leak. Burn it! Fong Ping's heart was calm, and he was determined. This body was his, unless it was absolutely necessary. He was not willing to give it up. Last time when he self-destructed his flesh, he already felt that something was wrong. Frequently self-destructing his flesh and injuring his flesh was probably not a good thing. This time, recasting the bones was also to eliminate some flaws in the bones. Chi-Chi, a wisp of energy flame, out of control, emerged from his shoulder instantly, turning his flesh into ashes. Fong Ping hurriedly abandoned other thoughts, focusing on controlling his strength, continuing to burn the bones. Piece by piece, the bones were burned. At this moment, he was still burning the bones of his limbs and torso. Although it was difficult to burn these bones, Fong Ping could still control it. The most important thing was actually the skull. Fong Ping's heart was heavy. The skull was the core. If the skull was not recast, recasting the other bones would actually be useless. Burning the skull was the most crucial moment. A little carelessness would cause a big problem. As the bones were burning, Fong Ping was also recasting. Fong Ping recast the 206 bones in the human body one by one. Each recasting consumed a lot of vitality. A small fish was comparable to the vitality of a saint. As for Fong Ping, recasting each bone would consume at least one fish. And this was before he had achieved jade bones. Fong Ping was not in a hurry to recast the bones piece by piece. He planned to recast the whole body before he went to forge the jade bones. This way his bones could be more perfect and round. One piece, 2 pieces, very soon. Other than the 29 bones in the skull, Fong Ping's other bones were recast. As for vitality, he had consumed at least the amount of more than 200 small fish. These actually could have been omitted. If Fong Ping did not recast the bones, perhaps 100 small fish would be enough for him to forge jade bones. Moreover, Fong Ping had also burned a lot of imperishable substances. The wealth consumed was also in the tens of billions. I've reached the skull. Fong Ping took a deep breath. The skull recast had begun. This was more difficult than before. If he was not careful, perhaps even his mentality would be burned, his mentality and flesh would collapse. Even if his origin was still there, he would be finished. It's okay. I've already gone through a lot of trouble. Can I still kill myself? Fong Ping laughed. Under the solemn gaze of the others, on top of Fong Ping's skull, a flame suddenly appeared. Rumble. The flames soared to the sky. Luan's eyelids were also trembling, sending a voice transmission. This kid is really ruthless. Mother asterisk her. Recast the skull too. Isn't he afraid of burning himself to death? Sherpa licked his lips, sending a voice transmission back. Ruthless is ruthless, but if he really succeeds, the rewards will not be small. If this guy is really controlled by someone behind the scenes, then it will be much more difficult. If he's capable, he can even burn his spiritual consciousness. You don't say. This guy's spiritual consciousness is just not strong enough now. If it's strong enough, I guess he will really dare to do this. Luan was unconvinced. Then burn his origin too. It's hard to say. His Tao is broken, he can change it at will. Do you think he won't dare to do this? After thinking about it, he felt a little disappointed. That was true. This guy was really ruthless. The Tao collapsed at will. The bones burned at will. It did not seem strange to burn mentality and origin one day. Ah! A scream was heard, shaking the hall of myriad origins. Fong Ping's shrill scream was heard. Luan and the others thought that something had happened, but when they looked, it was nothing serious. Fong Ping's head was just a little red from the burn. However, Fong Ping was in unbearable pain at this time. Before this, he was still holding it in, wanting to be Guan Yunchang, who scraped his bones to heal his wounds. However, thinking about it, he was countless times more ruthless than Guan Yunchang, countless times more painful. Previously, in order to pretend to be ruthless, he did not make a sound. But now it was 2F** king painful. No, he could not take it anymore. Ah! Fong Ping screamed, then suddenly roared, "Emperor God, I will F***CK, your ancestors!" Emperor, your whole family is dog sh**t. Fong Ping could not take it anymore. At this moment, he could only start cursing madly to divert his attention. A punch landed on the ground, causing the Hall of Myriad Origins to tremble. Fong Ping bombarded punch after punch. He cursed again and again, starting from the Emperor, all the way to the broken 8 in order. Rumble. Seal, you stupid thing. I asked you to give me the Seal of Heaven technique, and you gave it to me. Why are you so King stupid? I've had enough of you. Inside, Fong let out a long sigh. He noticed Fong Ping, and also sensed that someone was protecting him. If not for someone protecting him, he would have gone out and beaten Fong Ping to death. This was too much. He took his cultivation method, and now he was still cursing him. Did this guy have any shame? Opposite him, Mia continued to look in that direction, his eyes twinkling. He seemed to have seen something, and was silent for a long time. This guy was recasting his bones. Chapter 1334. Boom! Flames rose. The inextinguishable flames burned the void. Fong Ping's screams suddenly stopped. He quickly focused, not daring to be distracted by his screams. Meow. The cat was initially lying on its stomach, still calm. Suddenly, it meowed suspiciously, crawled up, and walked toward Fong Ping. After circling around Fong Ping, the cat's gaze gradually turned from suspicion to fear. Liar. Did something happen? Beside them, Sherpa and Luan did not pay attention at first. This fellow had been cursing for a while. Now that it was done, they did not care. However, when the cat circled around Fong Ping, they also felt something was wrong. What was going on? Liar. The cat shouted, extending its claws. After some thought, it tapped Fong Ping's head lightly. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. The cat's claws were ignited. The cat shook its claws in pain, but its face was blank. Then it looked at Sherpa and Luan hurriedly. Beside them, Li Hansong also hurried over, asking anxiously, "What's wrong with him?" Sherpa stepped over, his mentality overflowing. Just as he was about to get closer to pry into Fong Ping's problem, he suddenly let out a low grunt and retracted his mentality. Sherpa frowned. This fellow, did he ignite his mentality? As soon as he said that, Luan also walked over, frowning. Brain nucleus. Sherpa reacted quickly, saying hurriedly, "This fellow? Did this fellow ignite his brain nucleus by mistake?" Brain nucleus. The cat was stunned for a moment, lying down hurriedly. In the next moment, the cat stopped moving. Bang! The cat's claws broke a layer of thin film. In the next moment, it screamed miserably. Its claws were burned. Fong Ping, whose source world was destroyed, looked up at the cat. Right now, it looked like it was engulfed in a sea of flames. Fong Ping, on the other hand, did not lose his composure. Still, he had a bitter look on his face. He looked at the azure cat and pointed at the sun in the sky of his source world, smiling bitterly. Big cat, isn't my brain in the source world? Why would forging the skull ignite my brain nucleus? Sherpa and Luan were right. Fong Ping was also very depressed. His brain nucleus was different from other people's. Other people's brain nuclei were in their heads, but his brain nucleus had been stuffed into the source world as a sun when he was forging it. This time, he only wanted to forge his skull. How could he have known that he would ignite his brain core? Fong Ping did not even care when he was scolding them. After he was done cursing, he felt that something was wrong with the source world. When he entered, he was stunned. The sun in the sky was burning. The inextinguishable flame had actually ignited the nucleus of the brain. The crux of the matter was that Fong Ping realized that his brain nucleus could not be extinguished even after it had been ignited. This was the real problem. Meow, it's so hot. The old cat could also feel the power of the flames. As soon as it entered Fong Ping's source world, it was so hot that it jumped up and down. It flew toward Fong Ping hurriedly and looked up at the sky together with Fong Ping. The cat's face was blank. Liar, did you burn yourself to death? It was stunned. Was this liar trying to burn himself to death? Fong Ping was having a headache. He said gloomily, "Don't be sarcastic. I'm thinking of a way to put out the fire." At this moment, his origin energy was overflowing, extinguishing the flames. However, the flames were too strong. Not only could the origin energy not extinguish them, but it had also become an accelerant, burning more and more fiercely. If this went on, his brain nucleus would be burned to the point of collapse. The source world would be in trouble. If the source world collapsed, then Fong Ping might really be finished. At this moment, Fong Ping was also extremely gloomy. Of course, he had a certain degree of confidence in reconstructing the bones. If he had not gone to battle Heavenly Emperor, he probably would not have done it. However, he had gone, and his power control was as high as 99%, so Fong Ping had the confidence to do it. But now, he did not expect that the brain nucleus that was not in his head would actually be ignited. What did this mean? Perhaps it meant that the brain nucleus was also considered a part of the bones. The brain nucleus should also be a part of the human body, but it had always been separated outside, and it was half real and half illusory. Moreover, Fong Ping had integrated it into the source world. He really did not care. Not only him. Actually, no one cared about this. Did the brain account for the bones? Or was it considered a part of the human body? There was actually no accurate answer to this. Today there was an answer. Yes, the brain nucleus was actually extremely closely related to the human body. When the bones were ignited, the brain nucleus was actually ignited too, even if the brain nucleus was not in the head. Fong Ping used his origin chi, but he could not extinguish the flames of the brain nucleus. At this moment, his mentality was also being burned. If this went on, he would really burn himself to death. If he burned himself to death like this, Fong Ping would feel that he had been wronged by the flying snow in June. No one had said that burning bones would burn the brain nucleus. Fong Ping soared into the sky, approaching the sun in the sky. As soon as he got close, he felt that his source body was on the verge of being burned. Suddenly, the cat's face was sweating, glancing at the brain nucleus, then at Fong Ping, saying sympathetically, "You're really going to burn yourself to death." "Go away, what are you doing?" Fong Ping was having a headache. What should he do? After thinking for a long time, Fong Ping suddenly grabbed downward. In the next moment, the 4 fat babies were caught by him. Fong Ping pointed at the brain nucleus that was like a fireball, and the 4 little babies somewhat understood. In the next moment, the 4 little fellows surrounded it from all directions and began to pee. Obviously, the 4 little fellows felt that spitting could not solve the problem, so peeing might be more suitable. Fong Ping was mentally exhausted. His emotions were still considered stable now. Although the brain nucleus was burning, it might not be able to burn himself to death. However, if this went on, something might happen. Fong Ping frowned, unable to think of a good solution at the moment. The 4 fat babies' pee did suppress the burning speed a little, but it was still difficult to solve the problem. "Big Cat, do you have a solution?" "I don't know. Have you lived for tens of thousands of years in vain?" "But I've never seen anyone burn their own brain nucleus in tens of thousands of years. You're the first one. How would I know what to do? There were people who burned their own brain nucleus. How rare. I'm about to die and this is your attitude?" Fong Ping was unhappy. Big Cat muttered, "I can't do anything about that. Why don't I try peeing too?" Fong Ping was mentally exhausted. This stupid cat only knew how to make sarcastic remarks. Looking at the brain nucleus that was still burning violently, Fong Ping's head was splitting. Not only was there no solution, but it was also really painful. The brain nucleus was related to mentality, and right now, Fong Ping's mentality was really starting to burn. Previously, Sherpo had said that he would burn his mentality violently, but Fong Ping had not considered this at the moment. Now he had to burn it even if he did not want to. Go out and ask. Temporarily suppressing the flames, Fong Ping looked at the 4 fat babies and instructed, "Pee more. Don't stop until I come. Keep peeing." As he said that, Fong Ping grabbed one of the fat babies, smacked its butt hard, and said angrily, "Pee at the sun, not me. If you pee again, I'll beat you up." What a waste of origin water. These few little guys were the origin water spirits. Although Fong Ping was pissed all over, he did not care. Of course, being peed all over, Fong Ping suddenly felt a little good. It really had the effect of extinguishing the flames. After some thought, Fong Ping grabbed the fat baby again and said, "Go out with me, pee at me. No spit, okay?" Fong Ping thought about it and felt a little helpless. These little guys, if they were not peeing, they were spitting. He always felt like he was humiliating himself. When he thought about bringing this guy out, it would either pee or spit at him. Fong Ping felt very helpless. Forget it. My life is more important. My mentality has been ignited. It's better to solve the problem as soon as possible. Back then, when these fellows spit at Dragonmorph, he had even mocked Dragonmorph. Now there was reincarnation. In the outside world, the cat had just laid down not long ago. As the other 3 were looking solemn, Fong Ping suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, a fat baby appeared. As soon as it went out, it started spitting at Fong Ping. Fong Ping was sprayed with water, but the water disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sherpa was stunned for a moment, blinked, and suddenly said impatiently, "Isn't this the origin water spirit in the fountain of longevity that I'm guarding? You brat, you're always grabbing all the good stuff here." Fong Ping was too lazy to say anything. He stuffed the fat baby on top of his head and said, "Let's not talk about this. My brain nucleus is suddenly ignited. Seniors, you're so knowledgeable. Do you have a way to extinguish the flames?" Fong Ping was really speechless at this moment. Sherpa did not continue talking about the fat baby. He also said in a low voice, "It's better if the origin water spirit is with you. This thing is good stuff. It should be able to suppress it for a while. Just now, Luanyi and I judged that you've ignited your brain nucleus. Look at you. You could have forged your jade bones, but you insisted on recasting your bones." Fong Ping smiled bitterly. "I didn't know it would ignite my brain nucleus. Senior, now is not the time to ridicule me. Senior, you're so knowledgeable. Do you have a way?" "I have no way." Sherpa shook his head. "Although I'm mainly on the path of mentality now, I really don't have much research on the brain nucleus. But it's not that there's no way. Fortunately, there's this stage. You know what I mean? There's an expert in this stage. There should be a way." Fong Ping's eyes lit up. Yes, this was the stage of Annihilate the Heavenly Emperor. This guy was the ancestor of psychic power. Let's go find him quickly." Fong Ping hurriedly walked toward where Annihilate the Heavenly Emperor was. Fong had not left yet. Celestial Polarity and the others were there too. At this moment, everyone heard the sound of footsteps. Fong was still angry that Fong Ping had scolded him, glaring at the entrance. This look stunned him for a moment. There was a fat baby on top of Fong Ping's head. At this moment, the fat baby was peeing on Fong Ping's head. What did this mean? Fong Ping's expression was indifferent. He said lightly, "Origin water nourishes the flesh. It's so comfortable. Fong, do you want me to lend you some origin water to nourish your rotten body?" Fong frowned and snorted coldly. Fong Ping, this fellow had a lot of good stuff. Origin water essence. This was indeed a treasure, and its spirituality was very high. It was much bigger than ordinary water essences. Right now, it looked as big as Fong Ping's head. Back then, The longevity spring water in the divine sect was actually the size of a fist. These fat babies, recently in Fong Ping's source world, ate well and drank well and grew up a lot. Fong Ping's expression was indifferent. Although the baby was peeing on his head, he was indifferent, as if he was doing it on purpose. Watering with origin water. Why did you care how I watered? If I wanted origin water to pee, I would pee. Were you convinced? Behind him, Sherpa and Juan were speechless. This fellow, at this stage, was still fooling people. Fong probably did not care about this. After all, origin water was indeed a treasure. Many old powerhouses hoped to obtain some to prolong their lives. Fong Ping, this fellow, was wasting origin water at such a young age. It was simply extravagant. At this moment, some of the powerhouses present were also a little jealous. On the other hand, Celestial Polarity glanced at Fong Ping, a little puzzled. Did Fong Ping have nothing better to do? Although there were benefits to letting origin water essence pee on his head, was it necessary? Was there something wrong with this fellow's brain? On the stone platform, Heaven Exterminating Emperor also looked at Fong Ping. His gaze flickered slightly, but he did not speak. Fong Ping did not stand on ceremony. He cupped his hands and smiled. Brother Exterminating, regardless of whether we know each other or not, your reincarnation, Yao Qingjun, is my brother. If that's the case, I'll treat you as my brother. Having said that, he patted the skeleton beside him and smiled. This is Li Han Song, the reincarnation of Celestial Emperor Batian. He met Celestial Emperor Batian previously. Celestial Emperor Batian acknowledged him and gave him a lot of vitality to help him forge his jade bones. Brother, I don't know if you recognize this reincarnation. No matter what, when we meet, we still have to be brothers. Fong Ping laughed carelessly. Old Bromia, my brother Yao Qingjun didn't come. I wonder if you can bring some benefits for me when I get out. When I see him, can you help him forge his physique or mentality or something? Mia looked at him, and a faint smile appeared on his cold face, but it disappeared in a flash. Reincarnation? He sounded doubtful. Fong Ping immediately said, Your disciple knows. Fong, don't be fooled by him. This fellow is treacherous. He took in 4 disciples named Fighting Heavens, Earth War, Overlord, and Exterminating. In the end, they were all beaten to death. You must never treat him as one of us. He was even prepared to kill your reincarnations. Fong frowned slightly and said coldly, Fong Ping did not take it seriously. Why? Did I lie? Celestial Fate, your Emperor Shi's son. Tell me, is it true? Brother Exterminating, this is Emperor Shi's son. He still has some credibility. Although Fong and I are not on the same side, I didn't wrongly accuse him. Celestial Fate glanced at Fong, then at Fong Ping. After a while, he decided to be a mute. He would not get involved. Fong Ping found a cattail hassock and sat down. He glanced at the others and smiled. How do we pass this round? The cat poked his waist with its paw. It was a little strange. Why aren't you asking how to save you? Fong Ping ignored it. What did it know? The more anxious I am, the easier it is for others to get hold of me. I'm not in a hurry. I'll get closer to Exterminating Heaven Emperor and ask for help. This will make things easier. Exterminating Heaven Emperor glanced at them and said slowly, It's not difficult to pass this round. I won't set any checkpoints. Martial artists of the origin path will come here and manifest the origin world. The world will turn illusions into reality. Then they will pass. What about beginner martial artists? Fong Ping chatted unhurriedly, but he was panicking inside. Of course, he had to pretend to be calm on the surface. Moreover, Fong and the others were still here. He had to get rid of them first. Beginner martial artists, Exterminating Heaven Emperor said lightly. If beginner martial artists want to pass this round, they have to enter my origin. If they can walk out, they will pass. That's not difficult. All right, are there any benefits? Of course there are. Exterminating Heaven Emperor did not hide anything. He said lightly, "Those who can pass this round, I can solve their doubts once." Fong Ping nodded and smiled. "That's not bad. Anything can be solved? If it's related to spiritual consciousness, I should be able to solve it." As he said that, he looked at Fong Ping and said meaningfully, "Your doubts are not unsolvable." Fong Ping understood immediately. He did not expect this guy to see through it. Fong Ping smiled. "That's good. Turning illusions into reality is enough?" That was easy. His origin world was extremely powerful. It was not difficult to turn illusions into reality and project it into reality. Of course, this was also him. For others, it was actually more difficult. It was not a big problem for heavenly kings, but it would be difficult for non-heaven kingdom martial artists. His luck was not bad. There was a problem with the brain nucleus in this round, and it happened to be with Exterminating Heaven Emperor. As he was thinking, Exterminating Heaven Emperor said lightly, "I think you might have more doubts." Huh. Fong Ping was stunned. "What doubts do I have?" "You will have them." Exterminating Heaven Emperor seemed to know what he was thinking. He suddenly chuckled. "If you want to know, you can also try to increase the difficulty of passing this round." As soon as he said that, Fong was stunned. Increase the difficulty? He only asked questions after passing the round. But now Exterminating Heaven Emperor was saying that the difficulty could be adjusted? How do I increase the difficulty? How about entering my origin and have a walk? Exterminating Heaven Emperor smiled faintly. "This is a test for beginner martial artists. However, if you pass both rounds, you can ask more questions." At this moment, Fong hurriedly said, "Teacher, then you can't pass." Exterminating Heaven Emperor said calmly, "Pass the origin and lock the origin. You've locked the origin. You can't pass this round." Hearing this, Fong was instantly disappointed. According to what he said, he might not be able to pass. Fong Ping looked at Exterminating Heaven Emperor in surprise. Did this guy deliberately open the back door for me? What did he see? Is he giving me face? Or is there a conspiracy? Fong Ping was still thinking. Beside him, Sky's Fate transmitted his voice to Shengnan, scolding, "Did you see that?" "What idiot!" Sky's Fate was annoyed. He transmitted his voice, "Look at the dishes. These projections are not good people. Those who feel that they have a chance of becoming an emperor are mostly doing favors. Can't you see? Those of us who feel that we have no hope of becoming an emperor won't even look at you. Damn, even the projections are so realistic. Sure enough, without strength, you're trash no matter where you go." Sky's Fate was sullen. He and Shengnan had been here for a long time. They had to wait for Fong to finish asking questions. Of course, they could not hear the questions. They could only watch. Now that Fong Ping had arrived, Exterminating Heaven Emperor actually opened the back door. Was Fong Ping cutting the queue? Forget it. Shameless. Sky's Fate cursed in his heart. Exterminating Heaven Emperor was also so shameless. Did he look like he was not to be trifled with? Seeing that he was slightly stronger and had better qualifications, he just opened the back door for him to cut the queue? Exterminating Heaven was not in the mood to pay attention to him. He looked at Fong Ping again and smiled faintly. "Are you going to pass 2 rounds?" Fong Ping thought about it and smiled. "Let's try passing 1 round first. We'll talk about the second round." "Sure." Fong Ping did not stand on ceremony when he heard that. He quickly condensed a projection of the origin world. This time the projection was extremely bright. The entire world was illuminated. Below there was a city. There were people living in it. Fong looked a little strange. This kid's origin world was getting stronger and stronger. Not only was it stronger, but its lethality seemed to have increased. At this moment, he actually felt a burning sensation. As for Exterminating Heaven Emperor, he kept staring at his origin world. After looking for a while, he said slowly, "Just as I expected." As he said that, he looked at Fong Ping meaningfully again. Fong Ping felt a little uncomfortable. Exterminating Heaven Emperor looked easy to talk to in this round. But why did he feel that this guy was up to no good? This gaze made him feel like this guy wanted to sleep with him. Mother asterisk her. Why did he have such a thought? Fong Ping was puzzled and wary. Could this guy be a psychopath? He heard that cold people had a fanatical heart. Exterminating Heaven Emperor was quite cold. Otherwise, Big Cat would not have called him Big Blackface. Can I ask questions then? Yes. Can you send them away? Fong Ping said, and said hurriedly, this is not my problem. Don't trick me. Exterminating Heaven Emperor was slightly stunned. I have not considered this problem. Now that you mention it, I'm enlightened. Without saying anything, he waved his hand and Fong disappeared. Fong did not even have time to say anything before he was sent away. At this moment, Celestial Polarity coughed dryly. Why don't you send me away too? I'll go to the next round and take a look. He was helpless. Challenging the rounds was no longer interesting. There did not seem to be any benefits. All the benefits were swallowed by these bastards. Him challenging the rounds was like going through the motions. It was getting more and more boring. Just as he said that, Exterminating Heaven Emperor waved his hand and he and Sheng then disappeared without a word. Before Celestial Polarity left, he could not help but curse. Mother asterisk her, you really sent me away. I'm just being polite. You should at least give me some benefits. His voice disappeared in an instant. Exterminating Heaven Emperor ignored him. He looked at Fong Ping with burning eyes and smiled. Ask away. Fong Ping felt a chill run down his spine. What was up with this guy? That my brain core has been ignited. How do I extinguish it? As expected. Exterminating Heaven Emperor nodded. It was just as he expected. Your brain core has been ignited. Exterminating Heaven Emperor murmured. How did you ignite it? You didn't die after it was ignited. Coincidentally, you had the origin water. You're really lucky. As expected, demons appear in troubled times. Fong Ping frowned. This guy was asking me, how did I ignite it? Could I say I was courting death and accidentally ignited it? Wait, what? Exterminating Heaven Emperor said suddenly. Fong Ping was stunned. Wait for what? Wait. Exterminating Heaven Emperor repeated again and said softly, wait for the brain core to melt. Fong Ping almost cursed out loud. Was he asking him to wait for death? If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of smacking him to death, he wouldn't have anyone to ask. Do you believe that he wouldn't smack him to death right now? Exterminating Heaven Emperor smiled faintly. It's okay. I won't die, he paused and said. Sherpa, you and that young friend will pass first. Sherpa and Luan were stunned. What did he mean? Pass. There's not much to gain from this level. Exterminating Heaven Emperor looked at the two of them and said softly, this level is only to stop beginner martial artists from passing. Sherpa was surprised. Stop beginner martial artists? Exterminating Heaven Emperor nodded slightly and said nothing more. Sherpa thought for a while and conjured his origin world. Luan glanced at Fong Ping. Fong Ping thought for a while and asked worriedly, you won't kill me after they leave, right? Exterminating Heaven Emperor said lightly, you want to share the secret of your origin with them. Fong Ping was speechless. What did he mean? Fong Ping thought for a while and said nothing more. Luan laughed and said, all right, kid, I'll go to the next level first. You're on your own. Don't burn yourself to death. I won't, Fong Ping replied. Both of them instantiated their own source worlds. Then they asked a question related to cultivation and hurriedly left the place. At this moment, only Fong Ping, Ironhead, and Old Cat were left. Just as they left, Exterminating Heaven Emperor suddenly sighed. Jean Damascene, I'm afraid we're really dead. Fong Ping was stunned when he heard that. What did he mean? This was just a projection. Even if they knew about the final battle, no one could be sure that they were really dead. After all, This was just a projection before the final battle. How did Exterminating Heaven Emperor determine that the real body was dead? Exterminating Heaven Emperor looked at Fong Ping and suddenly shook his head. You might be our new product. Rumble. As if struck by lightning, Fong Ping's expression changed drastically. New product? What did he mean? Exterminating Heaven Emperor seemed to know much more than that idiot Batian Emperor. Chapter 1335. New product. Fong Ping repulsed and loathed this term from the bottom of his heart. I'm not a thing. Bah, I'm not a test subject. Fong Ping suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He would rather be a chess piece than be called a new product. Fong Ping exhaled. The Heaven Exterminating Emperor looked at him. Fong Ping's tone suddenly changed. Cut the crap. How do we extinguish the fire? I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. You said that I can ask questions if I succeed. Now I'm asking you how to extinguish the fire. What's the meaning of waiting? The Heaven Exterminating Monarch was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. Aren't you? Curious? Don't tell me you're not curious or shocked by such a big thing. Fong Ping did not think much of it. He huffed and said, I only need to listen to half of what you say and believe the other half. Why are you scaring yourself? If you have the time, I'll break through to the 9th level, become an emperor, and kill everyone. Naturally, there won't be a problem then. The Heaven Exterminating Emperor laughed. I'm afraid it won't be as easy as you think it is to kill everyone. Yes, when I first started practicing martial arts 3 years ago, everyone told me that becoming a 7th level Grandmaster was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Now I've broken through to the 7th level. Fong Ping pursed his lips. Do you know that some people like to raise tigers, lions, and wolves, and then they get bitten to death? A lame joke? The cat looked at Fong Ping. What a cold joke. Fong Ping continued. Now, not only does someone want to rear tigers and lions, he even wants to rear the devil. Tell me, do you think this kind of person will have a good ending? Of course, I'm not talking about me. I'm not a devil. I'm very kind. Speaking up to this point, he felt that it was somewhat inappropriate, so he added, I don't mean to boast, but I am indeed very kind. The outside world calls me the star of the human race. The Heaven Exterminating the Arch broke into laughter. He didn't mind what the Heaven Exterminating the Arch had said. He said, slowly, your brain nucleus being ignited is both a good and a bad thing. The bad thing was that it was easy for the brain nucleus to collapse, resulting in immediate death. And good things. Fong Ping listened attentively. In the end, he became a eunuch. Fong Ping's expression was extremely pleasant. Annihilating the Heavenly Emperor, right? Just you wait. When I go back and meet Yao Qingjun, I will hammer him to death. The Heaven Exterminating the Arch seemed to have read his mind. He smiled and said, there's no hurry. Since you want to know, you can actually take a walk in my source world. Perhaps you'll see more there. When you come out, maybe you'll be interested to know something else, such as new products. Fong Ping thought for a while, then looked at the cat and said, I'll go. You stay here and keep an eye on him. If this guy is up to no good, you can scratch him to death for me. Hearing this, the cat said timidly, No, I want to go too. Big Black Face never smiles, but he's smiling all the time today. It's making me a little scared. Shall we go together? Fong Ping was extremely frustrated. Is it worth it? In any case, you're a cat that's only at level 7. Is there a need to be afraid of this projection? Fong Ping looked at Iron Head, thought for a moment, and said, Iron Head, let's go in together, just in case he tries anything funny. The Heaven Exterminating the Arch chuckled. Let's go take a look together. Perhaps it will be of some help to you. As he spoke, he waved his hand toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not refuse. Instantly, he felt the world spinning. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the Hall of Myriad Origins. The Heaven Exterminating the Arch sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Suddenly, he sighed softly. For emperors, 3 emperors. Sigh. The sigh reverberated in the basilica. Very quickly, it vanished into thin air. Roar! A roar jolted Fong Ping back to reality. At this moment, Fong Ping was in a trance. Earth, mountains, plains, rivers, he felt as if he had transmigrated. He had transmigrated to a new world. He could not see the end of it, an incomparably huge world. At this moment, he was beside a river. A ferocious tiger beast that was drinking water suddenly attacked him. Fong Ping smacked it with his palm. Bang! It exploded. Blood, bones, flesh, it was as if it was real. Fong Ping frowned slightly. His fingers caught a drop of blood, twirling it gently. In a low voice, he said, "It looks like real blood." The cat looked at him aggrievedly, muttering, "Why did you kill the tiger?" Fong Ping's question mark face? Suddenly he reacted. The corner of his mouth twitched. "You're a cat, not a tiger. This isn't someone from your clan. Are you addicted to acting?" "Meow." The cat said aggrievedly, "Cats and tigers are of the same family." Little Chubby Face said that cats are tigers and tigers are cats. Little Chubby Face also said that cats are actually tigers' masters. Many, many years ago, I think I taught a tiger. Then I'm the tiger's grandmaster. Fong Ping was mentally exhausted. He said exasperatedly, "Cut the crap. I'm asking you to see if it's true. I'm not asking you to argue with me about this. This cat must be stupid." Fong Yuan was just saying it casually. "How could it take it seriously? You even taught a tiger. People say that you're the wind, but you're the rain. Did you really teach a tiger? Who are you trying to fool?" The cat felt aggrieved. A liar killed a tiger. It was very sad. I might be a tiger's. Fong Ping saw the cat's sad expression and felt extremely helpless. He rubbed the cat's head and said helplessly, all right, I won't kill the tiger next time. You're the tiger. You're the tiger's master. Is that okay?" He was too immersed in his role. It was hopeless. Beside him, Ironhead could not help but want to laugh. He laughed so hard that his skeletal face was trembling. Fong Ping glared at him impatiently. He frowned slightly. "This is Celestial Exterminator's source world. It's so big, I can't see the end of it. I'm afraid the area is not smaller than a city, right?" As he said that, Fong Ping leaped into the air. His eyes glowed as he scanned the surroundings. Then his expression changed slightly. It was not just a city. It was almost as big as a province, right? No, maybe it was bigger because he did not see the edge. There seemed to be many creatures in the distance. This seemed to be a prehistoric world. They were all monsters, insects. Anyway, he did not see anyone. Everything was there. Lakes, mountains, plants, animals, except for people. Everything was there. Fong Ping frowned. Such a big source world? He had heard that during Celestial Exterminator's last battle, the source world covered the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm's collapse had a lot to do with Celestial Exterminator. This fellow's large-scale magic attack was like a forbidden spell. It covered the Celestial Realm, which caused a huge problem in the Celestial Realm and was directly destroyed. Could it be that this world covered the Celestial Realm back then? The source world here was a projection. Naturally, it was also fake. However, there was an advantage to this place. The projection and the real body's memories were the same. The source world should be the same too. He could not rule out the possibility that Celestial Exterminator was more powerful in the later stages. However, the source world here should be like the source world of his time. Celestial Exterminator, the source world, is too big. Fong Ping landed on the ground. He was a little speechless. How do I pass this round? What did he want me to see? At this moment, a voice came from the void. It said lightly, "The world is big, but it's not that the world is big. What you see and what I see are not the same." Fong Ping was stunned. In your source, the world that those illusionary figures see, is the world that you see the same? Fong Ping frowned slightly. This was Celestial Exterminator's voice. Fong Ping thought for a while and said in a low voice, "You're saying that this is actually a cognitive error?" "In my source world, The world that those people see is a world with two cities, a world with mountains and rivers, just like what I'm seeing now. In reality, what I see is a small world with a diameter of less than 1,000 meters. He understood a little. That's right. Celestial Exterminator responded and said, "If you pass the round, you can just walk out." Walk out? Yes, walk out. Fong Ping continued to frown. Very quickly, he said, "I understand a little. You want me to find the location of your Tao. Walk out through the Tao." The source world was connected to the Tao. If he walked on the Tao, he should be able to walk out, right? See for yourself and feel for yourself. After leaving these words, Celestial Exterminator's voice disappeared. Fong Ping rubbed his chin. Why did this guy bring me to his source world? What did he want me to see? Yes, the sun. Fong Ping suddenly thought of something and looked up hurriedly. With this look, Fong Ping frowned. After thinking for a while, he quickly flew up into the sky. As he flew, Fong Ping felt that something was wrong. The sky seemed to be infinitely high. He kept flying up, but he did not see the sun. It was like the real world. The sun looked close, but you could not fly up. Behind him, the cat and Iron Head also flew up. The cat looked at his head. There was still a peeing baby on it and said sympathetically, "Liar, hurry up and find it. This little fatty is about to faint from peeing." Uft! Iron Head could not help it and laughed out loud. Fong Ping's face darkened. "You skeleton monster, don't make a sound. Isn't it better to be a good skeleton?" "I'm looking. That's strange. Is it because I'm in this world that I can't fly up and can't see his brain nucleus?" Because there was something wrong with the brain nucleus, Mia let him in to take a look. Fong Ping felt that the answer might be in Mia's brain nucleus, but now he could not see it. What did this mean? Fong Ping continued to fly up. With his broken 7th strength, his flying speed was very fast. But after flying for almost 10 minutes, Fong Ping still did not feel the existence of the sky. This damn place was a little strange. Fong Ping did not fly up anymore. He looked at the sun in the void and frowned slightly. He looked at Iron Head and the cat and said disdainfully, "Although you two are stupid, at least give me some ideas. Don't just be stupid." Iron Head said gloomily, "Who's stupid? Aren't we looking for the sun with you?" The cat also agreed. "That's right. We've been flying with you for so long. You're stupid. You can't find it." Fong Ping was really speechless. These two fellows were really unreliable. If I brought you two here, I might as well bring Old Wong here. Old Wong can still have some ideas at critical moments. You two can just eat and wait to die. The cat said matter-of-factly, "Cats eat and wait to die." Fong Ping decided not to talk to it. It would be useless anyway. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping said quickly, "Go find the Tao." The Tao is connected to the world. Once you find the door of the Tao, you can go out. As he said that, Fong Ping flew in a direction. The Tao was usually at the edge of the world. Those with origin Taoists knew this. This time he kept flying. He flew for a long time. Below him, he passed by mountains, crossed rivers, and even encountered some flying monsters. But he still could not see the edge of the world. This time, Fong Ping was a little annoyed and confused. What did the Heaven Exterminating Emperor want him to see? Was this level that difficult? Previously, the Heaven Exterminating Emperor said that he could not pass this level because only beginner martial artists could. Why did he say that? I'm so annoyed with these weird fellows. Just tell me directly. Why do you insist on me looking for it? Fong Ping complained. After thinking for a while, he suddenly took out the Origin Realm. You can't find the Origin martial artists, right? I was a martial artist back then. Fong Ping went into the Origin Realm. In the blink of an eye, the Tao disappeared. He came out again. This time he had already taken the Origin Tao. Fong Ping came out again. This time he suddenly felt something different. At this time, the Heaven Exterminating Emperor, who was sitting cross-legged in the basilica, was slightly stunned. Where was the Tao? Could this work? For a moment, The heaven-exterminating emperor was also stunned. If this was the case, was his test still a test? This was not his original intention. It was to grind Fong Ping's character, to let him search and discover it himself. But now, it seemed to have gone against his original intention. The heaven-exterminating emperor was a little surprised. Fong Ping was also a little surprised. When he took down the Tao, he felt something different. Illusion. Yes, previously with the Tao, he felt that this world was very real. But now, with the Tao gone, he suddenly felt that this world was a little out of place, not real enough. It was a fake world. What beginner martial artists see is different from what we see. Fong Ping frowned slightly. What was the heaven-exterminating emperor trying to say? The origin world, is the manifestation of the origin. Origin martial artists carry the origin Tao. I'm afraid it's difficult for them to find some loopholes in this world. Some problems. Beginner martial artists strengthen themselves, their senses become sharper, so they can find problems? Or is the heaven-exterminating emperor trying to tell me that there's a problem with the origin world? Or could it be that the source is fake? Fong Ping frowned again and again. The heaven-exterminating emperor was very annoying. Just say it directly. However, this attempt gave him some unexpected gains. Sometimes, if he tried it himself, he might be able to feel more differences. Fong Ping suddenly closed his eyes and began to feel. The moment he closed his eyes, he felt something different about this world. Suddenly, Fong Ping opened his eyes and looked in a direction. The central area of the mainland, the area where he was just now. Fong Ping's eyes moved, and he quickly flew in that direction. Iron Head hurried to catch up. The cat asked curiously, "Liar, what's wrong?" "Didn't you notice the difference?" Fong Ping asked doubtfully. "You don't have the Tao either. Didn't you notice the difference?" "What?" The cat looked at the direction Fong Ping pointed, which was also the direction where he first appeared. It was a little confused, scratching its head with its claws. "You mean it's softer over there?" "Softer?" Fong Ping felt tired. So, this stupid cat had really noticed the difference. "You actually did not say it." "It's not softer, it's more illusory," Fong Ping said in a low voice. "This world looks very real, but it's just an illusion after all. It's actually fake. You and I both know that. But before this, it felt like it was real. Looking at it again now, the whole world feels a little illusory. And the place we came from is even more illusory." "Yes." The cat looked at him and asked curiously, "Then what's wrong?" Fong Ping did not want to talk to it anymore. Iron Head understood a little. The skeleton twisted and said, "You mean that's where the Tao is?" "Maybe. Where the Tao is, it's even more illusory." Iron Head wanted to lick his lips but found that he could not, so he could only give up and said, "Is the heaven-exterminating emperor trying to say that the origin Tao is very fake?" "It's possible." Fong Ping nodded and continued flying, saying as he flew, "I don't know what he wants me to see. Maybe he wants me to feel it myself, to understand all this better. But the source world is actually also the origin Tao. Why is it different?" Fong Ping frowned. Very soon, he flew to the previous place. This time he felt it more clearly. At this moment, when he arrived here, he seemed to sense a passageway. This place was slightly more fragile than other places. The heaven-exterminating emperor's Tao is also inserted in the source world. Fong Ping suddenly thought of this question and was a little speechless. There was someone who had the same hobby as him? The location of the origin Tao is even more illusory. The sun can't be found. Are these two related? He said that my brain nucleus being ignited is not a bad thing. Could it be that he has also experienced this before? Fong Ping frowned, thinking about this, and casually punched the void. The void seemed to tremble slightly. He and the cat felt it, but Iron Head did not feel it. Fong Ping looked at him, as if he did not feel it. Fong Ping retreated from this area and punched again. The void did not tremble. The next moment, Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly, and suddenly he quickly dug the ground. Iron Head was dumbfounded and could not help but say, "Are you a rat? It's already broken 7, and you're still digging. Stop talking nonsense, dig." Fong Ping said in a low voice, "I'll dig here, you dig in the area I just marked." He dug in the area outside the dhow, letting Iron Head dig in the area he had marked. "Big Cat, you dig too, hurry up." Iron Head was helpless. The cat thought for a while, suddenly grabbed Iron Head, turning the skeleton upside down. Its claws grabbed both of Iron Head's legs, smashing his head toward the ground with a bang. It felt that Li Hansong's head was very big and his skull was very hard. It might be more convenient to dig. With a bang, a pit was smashed into the ground. %yen. Li Hansong almost died of anger. "This stupid cat, you're crazy. What do you take me for? Meow faster like this." The cat felt that it was quite easy to use, continuing to smash down, smashing a hole with each smash. It was very convenient. On the other side, Fong Ping did not care about them, digging down quickly. Outside, Heaven Extermination Emperor was having a headache. Why did he think of digging a hole? Couldn't he fly up a little more? He felt that there was something wrong with his test this time, and the test target was not normal either. First, the dhow was gone. Then suddenly he had to dig the ground. What was he thinking? This was not following the script. Previously, Fong Ping flew up, but he did not fly for long. Couldn't he continue to fly a little more? Sigh. Heaven Extermination Emperor was mentally exhausted, feeling that there was something wrong with this test. The guy who was taking the test inside was not a normal person. Fong Ping continued to dig, becoming more energetic the more he dug. 100 meters deep, 1,000 meters deep. He kept digging until he was almost 10,000 meters deep, and his expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have dug a rock. Before this, it had always been soil, but now there was a sudden thump. The weapon that Fong Ping used to dig made a sound. The shovel in Fong Ping's hand suddenly turned into a long staff. Fong Ping stabbed it with the staff. There was a rumble. The recoil was very strong. Fong Ping frowned. Then his expression changed again, and he said suddenly, "Continue digging. Dig until this whole area is empty. All of you, hurry up." After saying that, Fong Ping suddenly split into thousands of clones, and countless clones began to dig the ground together. Outside, Heaven Extermination Emperor was even more confused. Did this guy discover the problem, or did he not? What was he trying to do by digging like this? He was about to be dumbfounded. Dig, continue digging. Fong Ping was tireless. On the other side, Cat and Iron Head had also dug to the bottom. Cat poked with his claws, poking through the bottom. Feeling a little guilty, he quickly closed up the bottom, shouting, "Liar, we've dug to the bottom!" Fong Ping did not turn his head, continuing to dig, asking, "Will it break with one poke?" "Yes, you two? Stop talking nonsense. You continue to dig. Dig out that whole area for me." Cat was depressed, but he could only continue digging. About an hour later, this area had been dug into a huge, deep pit by a few people. Fong Ping looked at the big bowl-like hole at the bottom and suddenly laughed. Floating in the air, Fong Ping looked at the bottom of the big bowl again. There was an obvious scar, and his smile became even brighter. "Interesting. Heaven Extermination Emperor, are you telling me that Tao is actually flawed?" Yes, at this moment, looking down the area where Tao was, it looked like a scar stuck on a porcelain piece. Fong Ping suddenly said, "Under normal circumstances, Tao is actually not like this. It's wide. If that's the case, the scar left behind is bigger, and you've shrunk it." At the thought of this, Fong Ping did not say anything else. He quickly flew toward the scar, punching the bottom with one punch. Then, Fong Ping went out. This time, Fong Ping saw even more things. However, at this moment, Heaven Extermination Emperor's voice rang in his ears. "You can come out now." With a rumble, Fong Ping's vision went black. He, Cat, and the others appeared in the basilica again. Fang Ping did not wait for Heaven Extermination Emperor to speak, saying impatiently, "Next time, just say it directly. I thought it was some difficult question, but it turned out to be this. Just say it, and I won't have to waste so much time." "You understand?" Heaven Extermination Emperor was not angry, smiling instead. Fang Ping nodded. "Nonsense, it's so simple. Your source world is actually also a source star. However, in this sphere, your source star has been pierced through by Tao, leaving behind a hole." As he said that, he saw Iron Head looking at him. Fang Ping said casually, "It's like a bead. Someone has pierced through it, turning it from a solid object to a perforated one." Iron Head understood, smiling. "Your description is still more appropriate." Heaven Extermination Emperor laughed again. "Anything else?" "Yes." Fang Ping said in a low voice, "The surroundings of Earth, forget it. I should say the surroundings of the source star should be empty. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. After piercing through it, you won't directly appear outside the source star. Forget it, anyway. There's something wrong with this place of yours. It's not a simple source star. If you ask me, this place of yours is more like an iron shell, enveloping the original star. I broke this iron shell earlier, so I came out." Heaven Extermination Emperor laughed. "Anything else?" "Yes." Fang Ping asked doubtfully, "How did this iron shell of yours form?" "You asked me to look at the sun, and I did see it, but I couldn't find it. Could it be? The sun is everywhere." Heaven Extermination Emperor chuckled. "It's just a projection. It's not exactly where you see it." At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly came to a realization. He nodded. "I understand the benefits you're talking about. No, I know what an iron shell is. You're very smart. It's just SO. I didn't think of it until you showed it to me. Thank you." Fang Ping thanked him sincerely. Then he focused and asked, "What are these benefits?" "Unification." Fang Ping's gaze moved. "Unification? That's right. Do you still not understand?" Fang Ping suddenly understood. Iron Head, who was beside him, looked confused. Even his skeletal face was confused. He said in a daze, "What do you mean? Tell me." Heaven Extermination Emperor laughed. "Dumbass, you're as dumb as ever." Iron Head was indignant. He said gloomily, "Both of you speak so vaguely. How would I understand? Can this cat understand?" He had to drag someone, the cat, down with him. In the end, the cat yawned and said lazily, "How stupid." He had already said that they would return to one. Return to one. The source world was outside, and the brain nucleus was his. Big Blackface melted his own brain. No, he melted his brain into an iron shell and put his source world inside. This way, the source world is in the brain. When the brain is put into the brain, it's his. This is unification. The cat looked at Iron Head in disdain. "You don't even understand this. How stupid. Big Blackface still needs to be enhanced by the origin Tao. That's why this brain is actually a Tonghulu with a pair of holes." Fang Ping nodded. Heaven Extermination Emperor also smiled and nodded in agreement. Iron Head, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He cursed in his heart. This was too much. It was not that he did not understand, but he had never come into contact with the unification that they were talking about. The cat and Fang Ping had reached this level. Of course, they knew what unification meant. How could Iron Head understand? He did not. In the end, he was being looked down upon by a cat. Iron Head was indignant, but he was too embarrassed to say anything. It was embarrassing. However, Fang Ping's eyes were bright. Unification. I couldn't put the source world into my brain before because the brain was a solid body. Now that I've ignited it, I can melt it into a shell and wrap the source world. Is that right? As he said that, Fang Ping thought of something and his heart moved slightly. Heaven Extermination Emperor could not wrap it completely because he still needed Tao. As for himself, could he seal it completely? Because he did not actually need the Tao enhancement. Of course, he could first open an opening now and then seal it when the Tao did not need it anymore. Fang Ping licked his lips. He had actually been thinking about how to unify the source world for a long time. Today, he actually found a way to unify. Heaven Extermination Emperor looked at Fang Ping and said softly, "You're right. Unifying the source is actually extremely difficult, and we actually haven't really done it." Heaven Extermination Emperor suddenly laughed at himself. Actually, this is a dead end. If you completely unify and the origin channel breaks, you will no longer be a venerable emperor because you will lose the origin enhancement. However, if you don't completely unify, this so-called unification will be greatly reduced. There will be a loophole, but it's not much different from not unifying. In the past, I wanted to completely unify, but I couldn't make up my mind because if I did, my origin cultivation would be in vain. Sigh, a sigh that was indescribably bleak. He did not know if others had done it before with the brain covering the source world. Anyway, he had discovered the secret, so he did it. However, there was still a loophole in the end. He could not bear to give up the origin Tao. If he gave up, he would no longer be a venerable emperor. At this time, he could not help but look at Fang Ping. Before this, Fang Ping had abandoned the Tao. How did he do it? At this moment, he could not help but wonder. Would his path of unification be different from his? Chapter 1336. Since the Annihilate Emperor had said that after the brain core was melted, it could envelop the source world and undergo unification, Fang Ping was no longer in a hurry. He was not in a hurry, but beside him the cat poked him with its paw and said with widened eyes, "Liar, will he lie to you? When you're done burning, you'll be dead." He was speechless. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched slightly. "Cat, you're right." Fang Ping looked at Heaven Exterminating Emperor suspiciously. "If that's the case, I'm done for. Does that count as me giving up on treatment?" The Heaven Exterminating the Arch looked at the Azure Cat and felt an urge to slap it. Would I do that? But this matter was inexplicable. You said he wouldn't die, right? By that time, he would already be dead. You said that they could return to one, but before they could, their brain nuclei were gone. How were you going to settle the score? Fang Ping was also having a headache because of the old cat. What the big cat said made sense, but at this point, what should he do? Tai Tu was dazed as well. It was indeed a dilemma. It melted and turned into a shell to return to its original form. However, if he was deceived, Fang Ping would be done for. The Heaven Exterminating Monarch was mentally exhausted. He said slowly, "I have no need to lie to you." Fang Ping was still a little apprehensive. Truth be told, other than a few people, he would not trust anyone else, especially when it came to matters of life and death. If it really melted and didn't produce that effect, what would happen then? The Heaven Exterminating the Arch chuckled at his silence. Actually, there's no need to worry. When the brain core melts, you can slowly refine the matter produced outside the source world. That way, you'll be able to see if it's effective. Brother Slayer, are you saying that? I can actually start forging right now. Cast what? Cast an eggshell. It enveloped the source world. At the thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly thought of a question. He asked hesitantly, "Brother Slayer, if I seal off my source world completely and the source world and my brain core become one, does that mean that my source world exists in my body and I'll lose contact with the source universe?" I don't know either. Because I've never tried to seal myself completely. The heaven-destroying monarch sighed softly. I've actually wanted to give it a try, but I'm worried that if I were to seal myself off completely and sever the connection to my source, where would I go without my source? Without the source, even if an extreme Tao heavenly emperor had a specialty, such as a powerful mental energy, at the very most, he would only be at the heavenly king realm, at their level. So what if they broke through to the 7th level of the heavenly king stage? For these people to be able to cultivate to this level, they had experienced too much. They had enemies, grievances, and all sorts of disputes. No one in the emperor realm can match him. No opponents at the beginner level. None of the experts of the three realms wanted to kill them. The heaven exterminating the arch naturally wouldn't dare to do so. He couldn't. Therefore, he could not answer Fong Ping's question. However, the heaven exterminating the arch thought for a moment and said, even if your brain core encompasses the origin world, there should still be a certain connection with the origin universe. Because the source world was also a part of the universe, it might not be so simple to completely break free from the source. The heaven exterminating the arch hesitated. In the past, when the celestial arch transcended, although he might not have discovered this method, it was still extremely difficult for the celestial arch to transcend. In the end, there were still some hidden dangers. If you want to transcend the source, I'm afraid that sealing the source is not enough. The celestial arch left behind hidden dangers? You mean the world behind the door. You know about it too? I know a little. I went there once. The heaven exterminating the arch pondered and said slowly there were some hidden dangers. When he transcended behind the door, he shattered his own star of origin and jumped out of the origin universe. However, there was a problem with the source, and he had to find a way to suppress it. Otherwise, he would suffer from the backlash of the origin universe's collapse and perish. Therefore, the path of origin became popular. Find someone to replace him. Seeing that the heaven exterminating the arch was silent, Fong Ping added with a smile, so the 9 emperors were born. The heaven exterminating the arch looked at him again and said softly, quite a lot. The reason the path of origin became popular in the past was indeed related to this matter. So, the celestial arch is a supervillain. You can't say that the heaven exterminating the arch said lightly, walking the path of origin. Do you really think that those people don't know there's a problem when you reach the later stage? They know, but they still couldn't resist the temptation. Who would be willing to give up? The heaven exterminating the arch shook his head. At that stage, it's not like there's no solution. Actually, there was a solution before one entered the monarch realm. The final stretch of the Tao of Origins has been severed. Fong Ping nodded. The heaven exterminating emperor chuckled. Do you think it was the 9 emperors who broke it? Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. The heaven exterminating emperor sighed and said, to become an emperor, one needs to kill a beginner martial powerhouse and absorb everything from the other party in order to become an emperor. Why was it so difficult? Because someone actually doesn't want you to become a monarch. Fong Ping's pupils contracted slightly. Celestial emperor? Maybe. The heaven exterminating the arch said indifferently, the heaven the arch actually gave everyone a choice. If he was the one who severed the great Tao, it would mean that he was actually hesitating and ultimately gave everyone another choice. Becoming an omnipotent expert is already sufficient to allow you to gain a foothold in the 3 dimensions and become an overlord. But are you willing? The heaven exterminating the arch let out a self-mocking laugh. Are you satisfied? The appearance of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors actually represented everyone's unwillingness. Since they were unwilling and insisted on leaving, then it wouldn't be considered as being schemed against. Everyone jumped in willingly. He was still considered fair as he said this at this moment. The celestial emperor actually tampered with the last part of the great Tao to make it difficult for you to become an emperor. The divine emperor and the others had proven their Tao by killing a beginner martial arts apex powerhouse. Such a price had already proven some things. The path ahead had already been cut off, so there was no need to continue. At that time, the emperors had actually already discovered the problem. However, having reached that point, how could they be willing to give up? How could they be willing to stay in the realm of the omnipotent? Therefore, someone found a way to jump over the broken great Tao, walked behind the door, and became an emperor. The heaven exterminating emperor's words shook Fong Ping a little. The emperor said that everyone had been schemed against by the celestial emperor and became a substitute. However, the emperor did not say that the great Tao was severed by the celestial emperor. If it was really severed by the Celestial Emperor, then it was actually different. The Celestial Emperor gave them a choice and even told them not to continue on. Omnipotent experts in that era without emperors were already the top powerhouses. However, there were people who were unwilling to give up. If that was the case, then these people were like moths to a flame. For a moment, Fong Ping's feelings were complicated. If he put himself in the Celestial Emperor's shoes and realized that the path ahead was cut off, even if he knew there was danger, would he give up? Perhaps it was also impossible. However, since he had persisted, he had to bear the consequences himself. Was it the Celestial Emperor's fault, or was it the Nine Emperors' own fault? Fong Ping could not judge, nor could he say it. At this moment, Fong Ping could already feel his brain core melting. This was the same logic as steel melting and being cast again. Fong Ping looked at the heaven-exterminating emperor and could not care about anything else. He hurriedly said, "The brain core is only so big. Even if it melts into a crystal, can this little bit envelop the entire source world?" "It can." The heaven-exterminating emperor laughed. "You forgot what I said. The world in our eyes might be different. You think it's big, but it might not be. Have you ever walked out of your source world to take a look? Is the world really big?" Before Fong Ping could speak, the cat muttered, "It's not big, just like a marble. It's very small." Its source world was very small. Actually, Fong Ping had seen this once before. The cat's source star was different from other people's. If this fellow lost its source star in the source world, you might not even be able to find it. Fong Ping glanced at the cat and suddenly laughed evilly. "Big cat, why don't I light up your brain core too and try wrapping it up?" Meow. The cat raised its head and revealed a blank look. It had an adorable look on its face. In any case, it didn't understand. "What were you talking about?" "I won't do it." "How painful." Fong Ping could not help but laugh. "I've succeeded. You can try." Meow. The cat lay on the ground and did not reply. It did not want to try. It was too painful. It was fine like this. There was actually no difference whether it was one or not. Fong Ping wanted to jump out of the source universe, but the cat did not feel much about it. Whether it jumped out or not, it felt the same. Fong Ping did not speak again. The next moment, he looked at the cat and Iron Head, saying, "I'm going in to cast an eggshell. Both of you stay here and watch." As he said that, he took out the vitality bottle on him and threw it to Iron Head, smiling. "Hold it for me first. If anything happens, let the cat kill this projection. Both of you leave this place as soon as possible." Having said that, Fong Ping was about to enter the source world. The cat said, "Do you want me to go with you?" "No need." Fong Ping refused. Once the source collapsed, although it was difficult for the cat to get lost in the source universe, he still had to be careful. He did not trust these projections very much. Each of them had their own objectives. Even the heaven-exterminating emperor was not necessarily a good person. Fong Ping quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and entering the source world. The chubby baby on top of his head did not enter. He continued to pee, peeing so much that his tongue was almost sticking out. The heaven-exterminating emperor took a look and said softly, "You're lucky. You actually have the help of the origin water essence. In the past, I was almost incinerated in this round. I was lucky enough to escape, but my vitality was also greatly damaged for many years." He was a little envious. If the burning was too fast, you might be burned to death before you could do anything. Now, with the help of the origin water essence, Fong Ping suppressed the intense burning. Otherwise, Fong Ping would not have the time to talk to them. The cat lay on the ground, too lazy to care about him. Iron Head looked at him for a while and asked curiously, "Why did you guys reincarnate? Had he really been killed by someone? I don't know how old Yao is now. Did your original body leave behind any treasures? I heard that old Yao went to look for the heaven-exterminating palace." "The heaven-exterminating palace!" the Heaven Exterminating Emperor said softly. The old Yao you mentioned. Can you tell me in detail? Ironhead chuckled. It's nothing much. He's just a guy who pretends to be cool. He always thinks he's the best in the world. In the end, he was beaten up by Fong Ping, then by Old Wang, and then by me. Ironhead sighed. Among the four of us, he's the weakest. He gets beaten up every day, but he still insists on challenging this and that. Every time he's beaten half to death. For example, during the Martial Arts University's martial arts competition, he even wanted to fight with me for first place. I beat him until he cried on the spot. The Heaven Exterminating Emperor's gaze was slightly strange. He said softly, Aren't you talking about yourself? Fool! Since when could you defeat others? In the past, he challenged himself countless times but never won. Later on, in order to win once, he even wanted to ask for help from Dong Huang. In the end, it still fell through. Where did he get the courage to say he could win? Ironhead sneered. No way. My body is invincible. He can't even break through my defense. Let alone now that I've forged my jade bones, my conversion is almost complete. I should have the strength of a saint. In a few days, I'll be a heavenly king. What strength does he have? At most, he'll be a true god. If he doesn't find anything good, then he'll have the strength of a true god. I'll crush him with one finger. The Heaven Exterminating Emperor laughed. He did not say much. He looked at Fong Ping, who had his eyes closed, and said slowly, Aren't you worried about him? Nope. Ironhead laughed. He has never failed before, and he won't fail. Even if he can't do what he wants to do now, he'll definitely be able to do it in the future. 3 years ago, the human race was no match for the catacombs, which are the powerhouses of the land realm. We were oppressed, and our country was on the verge of extinction. At that time, even our previous king was pessimistic and felt that the future of the human race was bleak. In the end, he rose. Now, the human race is the strongest force in the 3 realms. Human race, the Heaven Exterminating Emperor murmured. Is he really considered human? Yes. Ironhead said disapprovingly. Do you think the human race is differentiated by whether they're human or not? Then you're too narrow-minded. No matter what his identity is, even if he's not human, as long as the human race recognizes him, he's a human king. Who in the 3 realms would dare to not recognize human King Fong Ping? How old are you? You can't even see through this. The Heaven Exterminating Emperor found it interesting to chat with the reincarnation of the fool. He laughed. What about you? If you're the reincarnation of the fool, you're actually not human. Why not? Are the martial artists of the 3 realms not human from the start? Are you not human? Ironhead said disdainfully, You're not human, but I am. The same goes for the Heaven Exterminating Emperor. Since he is, so what if I'm his reincarnation? I'm also human. The so-called immortals and Buddhas are nothing more than this. Back then, many powerhouses thought of themselves as immortals and Buddhas, looking down on all living beings and treating humans as ants. But now all of them are dead. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are many who have broken through 8 realms. So what? Who dares to say that humans are ants? Those who dare to say it won't live to see next year. The Heaven Exterminating Emperor was not angry. He continued, Some things may be more complicated and difficult than you think. Back then, someone wanted to change everything. The result? I'm afraid it wasn't too good. The Heaven Exterminating Emperor sank into his memories. He said in a self-deprecating tone, Reincarnation. At our level, why do we need reincarnations? To live an ignoble life? Perhaps it's just some of the essence that leaked out with the weapons from when I was alive. With some stubbornness, I escaped the final calamity. Hence you guys. You guys are not us. Perhaps you're descendants of the blood essence or the essence of life. He did not recognize the existence of reincarnations, just like how Old Wang did not recognize himself as a reincarnation. These extreme-grade, venerable emperors were even more arrogant. If they died in battle, then they would cease to exist. Reincarnation. Just treat them as the descendants of the essence. The heaven-exterminating emperor did not even consider that Tai Tu was his reincarnation, because he did not think he would reincarnate. Even if he, the heaven-exterminating emperor, died in battle, he would not live an ignoble life like this. The heaven-exterminating emperor was the same. He only treated these people as his descendants and inherited the essence of life. Tai Tu muttered, "Why do these people want to be fathers so much? Who is your descendant?" Not only did the heaven-exterminating emperor recognize him as his son, but this guy also wants to be his uncle. The heaven-exterminating emperor did not speak to him anymore. He looked at the Azure Cat and chuckled. "Back then I thought your future was limited and that you were not as good as the Heavenly Hound. But now, it seems I have underestimated you. Dumb cats have dumb luck. After persevering for tens of thousands of years, it's time to reap the rewards." What a surprise! 30,000 years ago, when he met the Azure Cat, he said it was not as good as the Heavenly Hound. Many years later, when they met again, the Azure Cat had broken 7. The heaven-exterminating emperor broke 7. The heaven-exterminating emperor saw something. The Azure Cat had walked its own unique path. The Heavenly Hound might be stronger than the Azure Cat, but it might not be a good thing for the Heavenly Hound to walk too deep on the Tao of origin. The Azure Cat yawned and rested its head on the cattail hassock. It said weakly, "You're the dumb one. Experts should die first. Look at you, you're dead. I sleep, I eat, I sleep, I sleep, I'm so happy. I've tasted all the delicacies in the 3 realms. Have you?" The Azure Cat looked at him disdainfully, ignorant. The heaven-exterminating emperor was taken aback. He smiled and shook his head. Then he said softly, "You be careful too. The world behind the door has some flaws. You and the Heavenly Hound are probably left behind by the heaven-exterminating emperor to make up for these flaws. The Azure Cat, the Heavenly Hound, came from the heaven, so it belongs to the heaven." The heaven-exterminating emperor lamented. "All living beings in the 3 realms are in trouble. You won't be able to eat, sleep, and eat all the time." The Azure Cat yawned and squinted its eyes. It said lazily, "I don't care. Let the swindlers beat them to death. I'm smart. I've invested in so many people. I've also invested in the fake emperor. Same for that old man. In the future, they'll fight. I'll just drink some drinks, eat some grilled fish, and cheer them on." The heaven-exterminating emperor was speechless. Ironhead chuckled and continued to strike up a conversation. He wanted to see if he could get some benefits for old Yao. They were talking. Fong Ping, on the other hand, walked out of his source world. The source body was slightly overflowing, but it was not fast. It was his first time observing his source world so directly. It did not look small. From the previous white ribbon shape, it was now turning into a sphere. The brain nucleus had melted a little. Fong Ping stood outside the sphere and was silent for a while. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and waved. A crystal-clear stream of water surged toward him. This was the substance after the brain nucleus had melted. Cast an eggshell. Actually, it was putting the source world into the brain nucleus and the brain nucleus into his body. From there, he would complete the true unification. Fong Ping did not know if he would be able to transcend the source universe in the future if he succeeded in this step. But he wanted to try. The more he understood, the more he felt that the waters of the source were too deep. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, including the Heavenly Emperor, were all scheming against the source path. If he wanted to avoid these, he could only transcend the source. The brain nucleus kept melting. The melted liquid was smeared by Fong Ping bit by bit. It solidified quickly and created a shell. Fong Ping tried it bit by bit, casting it bit by bit. He was very patient. Even though he was in unbearable pain now, Fong Ping did not care about it. Melt, smear, cast. Gradually a round shell began to form. Fang Ping's source world was gradually enveloped. Following the successful creation of his shell, the source world gradually underwent some changes. Everything that was previously illusory, including the city and the human silhouettes, began to shake. Shake, shake. It was like the arrival of a natural disaster. Fang Ping did not care and continued to cast. As time passed, the shaking ground stopped shaking and the city stopped shaking. The city became clearer and clearer. When Fang Ping was forging near a Taoist ran through his source world. At this moment, Fang Ping glanced at the source world and burst out laughing. At this moment, his source world seemed too much like an object. Lollipop. Yes, lollipops. There was a tube connected to the origin universe. Fang Ping looked at it for a while, then ignored it and continued to forge. The brain nucleus had not completely melted yet, so he continued to smear and thicken it. At that moment, Fang Ping's expression changed. Only a little bit of the brain had yet to melt. This was also the most dangerous moment. Once it completely melted, he would die as the heaven exterminating emperor had said. Now that things had come to this, Fang Ping had no other choice. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ping let out a low chuckle. Then I'll melt it completely. From now on, I'll have no brain core, only this lollipop. I hope it won't disappoint me. If I die, old Zhang, good luck to you. Rumble. A boom rang out, and heaven and earth split apart. At this moment, within the source world, the sun suddenly disappeared, and the world was plunged into darkness. Outside the origin world, Fang Ping quickly entered the origin world. Rumble. Swaying, vibrating. Fang Ping's origin body was constantly overflowing. At this moment, the 4 fat babies flew in, flew over, and peed on Fang Ping's origin body together. Fang Ping endured the disorientation and pain of disintegration, smiling. If it disintegrates, the few of you get out as soon as possible and look for Cat or Iron Head. Yeah! The 4 fat babies were anxious too. Very soon, the 4 fat babies suddenly flew away. In the blink of an eye, the 4 babies came back, carrying a lake. Origin water, this was also their foundation. Splash! The lake water poured toward Fang Ping's origin body. At the same time, in the outside world, above Fang Ping's head, a dazzling light erupted. He was about to forge the skull, successfully. Previously, Fang Ping was recasting the skull, but he accidentally ignited the brain nucleus. Now, as the brain nucleus was being recast, the skull was also being recast rapidly. Cat was no longer lying down. He stood up, turning around and shouting, "Big idiot, quickly transfer vitality!" Iron Head was not in the mood to care about this. He hurriedly took out the small bottle that Fang Ping gave him, pouring out a large amount of vitality, and began to help Fang Ping recast the skull. Bang! Flesh and blood exploded. At this moment, a crystal-like skeleton appeared. It quickly connected into one, glowing with a jade color. It had not reached the jade bone realm yet. Previously, Fang Ping was only recasting the bones, not directly forging the jade bones. At this time, as all the bones were successfully recast, Fang Ping was also approaching the jade bone realm. Beside him, Heaven Exterminating Emperor suddenly said, "Fang Ping, quickly transfer the new brain nucleus into the skull, forging the jade bones together, forging the jade body as one." These words were transmitted directly to Fang Ping's origin world. At this moment, a crystal ball suddenly appeared in the void. There was no Tao on the crystal ball, but there was an obvious small hole. That was the entrance of the Tao to the origin universe. The crystal ball quickly burrowed into the skull. When the crystal ball stabilized in the skull, suddenly, Fang Ping's bones suddenly erupted with a strong light. Blinding. Powerful. Iron Head looked surprised. This was much bigger than when he was forging the jade bones. Iron Head dared not delay, continuing to pour vitality. This time, the absorption of vitality was frighteningly fast. Fong Ping previously took 600 small fish, intending to leave half for old Zhang to forge the jade bones. However, this time the consumption was extremely fast, especially the brain. The vitality absorbed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the vitality in the small bottle was actually about to be depleted. Just when Iron Head was slightly nervous, suddenly a loud bang was heard. In the next moment, a jade skeleton was reflected in his eyes. The skeleton stood up, its eyes glowing with divine light. The divine light exploded with a bang, sending Iron Head flying directly. At this moment, Iron Head did not care about this, but he felt a little inferior. Why did this fellow Fong Ping's bones feel a little brighter than his? He was still very bright before. Why did he look a little dim now? Damn, they were both forging the jade bones. This fellow just had to be different from him. What a show-off! Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, the snow-white skeleton let out a hearty laugh. The laughter was a little savage, a little arrogant. Success! Today, I will forge the golden body again. No, the jade body! Fong Ping growled. He wanted to forge the strongest physical body that belonged to him today. Chapter 1337. Flesh Rebirth. The golden body technique activated. Today, Fong Ping started everything anew. His bones were reforged. His flesh was reforged. His brain core returned to one. It could be said that the current Fong Ping was truly complete. Flawless, golden body. Of course, there were still some flaws. The black hole on his brain core was still connected to the origin universe. Otherwise, Fong Ping could be regarded as a beginner martial artist, a top-notch powerhouse even among beginner martial artists. His golden body was being forged. In the blink of an eye, Fong Ping returned to his original appearance. At this moment, the golden glow was becoming more and more dazzling. This time he did not use imperishable substances, but vitality. There might be some problems with the vitality here, but at this stage, Fong Ping would, of course, choose the one with the least problems. The vitality here should be the seed's vitality. The energy of the three realms originated from the seed. If even the seed's energy could not be used, then the martial artists of the three realms were actually puppets. Compared to the system's power, Fong Ping was more willing to use this popular power. The vitality equivalent to 600 small fishes was absorbed by Fong Ping. Now there was not much left. But Fong Ping did not stop. He was still forging his golden body. There were 9 refinements for the golden body, and there was even a jade body. It seemed like no one had forged their flesh to that realm. This time, Fong Ping's harvest was really great. Rumble. The rumble sounded like thunder. That was the harmony between Fong Ping's flesh and bones. At this moment, Fong Ping grabbed Iron Head and laughed. You forge your flesh too. Don't always make yourself look like a skeleton. As soon as he said that, Iron Head's flesh appeared. Fong Ping looked at the remaining vitality and laughed. Then I'll use it all. I'll think of something for old John. Iron Head did not even have the time to speak. In this short period of time, his flesh was honed again and again. Fong Ping pressed him down forcefully, forcing the honing. Iron Head was in so much pain that he wanted to cut someone. This bastard. I see that you have a good time forging. Why is it so painful to forge my flesh? Again and again he tempered it. Fong Ping did not know how long it lasted. A rumble exploded. Fong Ping's golden body flickered, glowing a faint jade color. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its original appearance with flesh color. At this moment, Iron Head's honing was completed. Iron Head, who had regained his flesh, could not care less about himself. He looked at the increasingly handsome Fong Ping and clicked his tongue. Did you do plastic surgery on purpose? The more one looked at Fong Ping, the more attractive he seemed and the more handsome he looked. This guy was just average in the past. Fong Ping glanced at him, too lazy to bother with him. At his level, he had a leakless golden body and his skin was like clear jade. With good skin, No matter how ugly he looked, he wouldn't look too bad. Besides, he wasn't ugly to begin with. Add to that the fact that he was a martial artist, his body was well-proportioned, and his aura was extraordinary. At that moment, Fong Ping felt that he was extremely handsome. Ignoring Iron Head, Fong Ping looked at his own data, thinking about something. Wealth. 250 billion points vitality. For million, 200,000 calories. Converting spirit, 44,000 hertz, 44,000 hertz, force. 50 yuan, 1 yuan equals 20,000 calories, jade bones. 99% with qualitative change of chi and blood, source world. 970 meters battle technique. God-slaying sword technique, plus 15%, origin Dao. Plus 160%, fake Dao. Power control, 97%. Ultimate outburst. 13,871,000 calories per 14,300,000 calories. Jade bones aren't 100%. Fong Ping was a little surprised. He could not help but think of the problem with the brain nucleus. If that was the case, the three realms actually did not have true jade bones. No, or rather, there were no truly perfect jade bone powerhouses. Even Fong Ping could not reach 100%. If that was the case, the brain nucleus had to be perfectly integrated to be considered 100% jade bone. After forging jade bones, although it was only 99%, it was already undergoing qualitative change of qi and blood. Fong Ping's vitality upper limit was now a question mark. Obviously, it was still in the process of transformation. Fong Ping's gaze changed. His vitality was already as high as 4 million calories before, but after converting part of the force, it should be lower than 4 million calories. Now, in the blink of an eye, it had reached 2 million calories. After the qualitative change, could it reach 8 million calories? If it could, it would be terrifying. If I can reach 8 million calories, and it's the current increment of fake Dao, then wouldn't the limit be around 25 million calories? Origin power was also converted from blood and qi energy. 50 force would be equivalent to the strength of 1 million calories vitality. The normalization method allowed Fong Ping to achieve the coexistence of force and vitality force. In reality, Fong Ping's current basic vitality was already as high as 2 million calories, and it was still strengthening. After forging jade bones, Fong Ping's strength was strong. He could not complete the qualitative change of vitality so quickly. Just like the old cat, after it had forged jade bones, it could not reach its peak so quickly. The source world's diameter is 970 meters. It's almost there. Fong Ping finally showed some joy on his face. Moreover, things like vitality and force were only on the surface. His bones were strong, his flesh strong. If he encountered someone whose explosive power was similar to his, Fong Ping could completely withstand it. If he unleashed his full strength, the other party would definitely not be a match for him. Fong Ping was considered a true all-rounder powerhouse. Today's powerhouses, more or less, were slightly biased. Right now, I'm afraid my outburst has exceeded 14 million calories. Literally speaking, Fong Ping's outburst had not reached 14 million yet, but Fong Ping felt that he could do it. Before continuing to convert force, Fong Ping could actually achieve an outburst of 14 million calories. He was not far from peak breakthrough 7. When the vitality conversion is complete, I'll convert all my strength into force. When that time comes, I'll be even stronger. Fong Ping's thoughts turned, and he sighed. This time in the arcane realm, he had almost completed the few goals that he had set previously, except for the source world. As long as the source world reached 1,000 meters, if he underwent another qualitative change, then all of his plans would be completed. It's a pity that I've used up most of my vitality. Old John and the others are gone. Also, I can't carry out the clone plan anymore. There are 3 more stages left. Only 3 more stages left. Fong Ping could not wait to meet King Zhen now. If he snatched the Kunwang seal from King Zhen, then all of his previous plans could be completed. Damn it, where is that bastard? Fong Ping cursed in his heart. If the last Heavenly King seal could allow his source world to complete a transformation, Fong Ping felt that he would be terrifyingly strong. Maybe he could break 9? However, Fong Ping quickly shook his head. It should not be possible, because at that time his Tao might collapse. A saint-level Tao might not be able to support such a powerful source unless it was a more powerful Heavenly King Tao. Even a Heavenly King Tao that broke 6 might not be able to do it. Fong Ping realized that as his vitality changed and his physique became stronger, his Tao was actually collapsing bit by bit. His physique was suppressing the source world. This time, Fong Ping finally experienced the situation that the beginner martial artists were talking about. A strong physique and strong mentality would really suppress the source world. Fong Ping's physique had already surpassed some powerhouses that broke 8 or even 9. His physique had completely reached the Heavenly King stage and was still strengthening. While Fong Ping was observing himself, Heaven Exterminating the Arch was also looking at him. After sensing Fong Ping's current situation, Heaven Exterminating the Arch suddenly sighed. Very strong, even stronger than me in the past. At least, when I broke 7 levels, my physique and bones were not as strong as yours. Fong Ping rolled his eyes. Nonsense. You are a mentality cultivator and you want to compete with me? Heaven Exterminating the Arch continued. Even the most outstanding Zhan might not be able to match up to you in the same realm and level. Fong Ping laughed this time. Brother Exterminating the Arch, you are too kind. However, Heaven Exterminating the Arch shook his head again. Even so, it will be difficult for you to break out of this cage and escape from everything. Fong Ping was relaxed now. He sat down and smiled. Brother Exterminating the Arch, how about we talk about the new product? Heaven Exterminating the Arch laughed. Actually, there is nothing much to say. Some things are just guesses. As a chess piece, I have never seen the person behind the scenes. Even I am not sure if I am a chess piece. Just say it in simple terms. Heaven Exterminating the Arch thought for a while and said slowly, some of the energy you used previously, including some mentality produced when your brain core was burned. I am somewhat familiar with it. Familiar? Yes. Heaven Exterminating the Arch seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he said, self-deprecatingly, I can't even judge my own strength. However, when you burned, I am indeed somewhat familiar with some of the overflowing energy produced. This is the benefit of having a strong spiritual consciousness. I can investigate some things from the source. Yutsai. Fong Ping's eyes flickered slightly. He quickly condensed some imperishable substance. The imperishable substance started burning on his hand, but it could not harm his skin. Heaven Exterminating the Arch closed his eyes and began sensing carefully. After a long time, Heaven Exterminating the Arch shook his head. It is extremely weak. I can't sense it clearly. This energy has been processed by someone. Moreover, it is not my own energy, so I can't sense it too clearly. I can only see that it is a destructive energy without a source. Are you trying to ask if this is the energy of a fool? When Heaven Exterminating the Arch said that, Fong Ping had already made this judgment. He nodded and said, that's right. I want to know if the destructive energy belongs to Celestial Emperor Batian. As for the spiritual consciousness energy, is it yours? Vitality energy, is it Celestial Emperor Zhan? Having said that, Fong Ping condensed vitality energy and mentality again and started burning. Not only that, he also condensed origin chi. He said in a low voice, this origin chi might not be anyone's energy. It should be from the source universe. Does this mean that someone is extracting the energy from the source universe? How many people can do this? Heaven Exterminating the Arch said that when Fong Ping burned his brain core, he actually felt some weak energy that belonged to him. This news was shocking. It was even shocking. Fong Ping asked a few questions consecutively. He looked at the old cat again and said in a low voice, "Big Cat, in the past you said that my strength was stolen and that it was ownerless. Now, can you remember something?" The cat looked up, confused. He thought hard and said pitifully, "Maybe I sense their energy?" Pointing his paw at heaven, exterminating the arch. The cat said uncertainly, "Anyway, when I first saw you, I knew that the energy didn't belong to you. It belongs to someone else. It's ownerless because it doesn't have the aura of the origin of life." Heaven, exterminating the arch, sighed. "It's ownerless. Even I can't distinguish this energy now. It is indeed ownerless energy. However, you have to understand that vitality energy, spiritual consciousness energy, and destructive energy are not natural energies. They are cultivated. These energies were not natural and did not exist in the natural world. All power came from cultivation. However, Fong Ping's system provided him with these energies. Obviously, this power had been refined by some people. Who cultivated them? At this moment, the few of them had an answer. Fong Ping looked at heaven, exterminating the arch. Heaven, exterminating the arch, laughed at himself. When he saw Fong Ping, he said, "Maybe they are all dead." Yes, dead, because the energy might be theirs. His mentality, heaven exterminating Thearka's vitality energy and heaven exterminating Thearka's destructive energy. They were all dead. After they died, someone took away their energy, purified it, and provided it to Fong Ping. The few of them had the same thought. Heaven exterminating the arch felt even more bitter. Test subjects. Fong Ping, a new product. This was his guess. They were considered failures, so someone killed them and started forging new products. And Fong Ping was this new product. Fong Ping's expression darkened. It was terrifying. It was indeed terrifying. In the past, he had guessed that the system might be a product of the Emperor. Later, he thought it might be a product of the Celestial Emperor. Now, he did not know. He was lost. He had killed 3 Supreme Tao Emperors. How did the 3 Supreme Emperors die? Who killed them? The murderer might be the real owner of the system. What a terrifying thing. What a shocking thing. One could imagine how powerful this person was to be able to kill 3 Supreme Emperors. What was he trying to do? Heaven, exterminating the arch, saw him frown and suddenly chuckled. Maybe it's a good thing. Everything is just a guess. But since it's just a guess, this person is so powerful that even our real bodies are no match for him. We are all failures. That means that this person will not harvest now. Maybe when you become an emperor, it will be time for him to harvest. Because the 3 Supreme Emperors are all failures, what could be more powerful and satisfying than 3 Supreme Emperors? Emperor. Gathering the strongest of the 3 and becoming an emperor might be his goal. This should be a good thing, shouldn't it? Fong Ping licked his lips and asked, "Do you have any suspects?" Divine Emperor, Do Donghuang, Celestial Emperor, Sun God, Heaven exterminating the arch, named 5 people, the same names given by the emperor that day. He said softly, "These 5 people are the most ancient, the most mysterious. Donghuang counts too?" Fong Ping asked, "Was Donghuang also one of these possible people?" "Yes." Heaven exterminating the arch said softly, "The reason why I'm guessing these people is not a wild guess. Donghuang taught John and has a close relationship with Silly Guy. The 2 of them knew each other before they became Taoists. Silly Guy walked the physique extreme Tao and was actually influenced by him. The martial artists who influenced us to walk the extreme Tao are all suspicious." Heaven exterminating the arch looked at Ironhead, smiled, and said, "In the past of all the Taoists in the world, people like us chose one and moved forward. We have our own ideas, and some other powerhouses influenced us. The 5 people I mentioned have a certain influence on us. The person who influenced them to walk the extreme Tao might be the mastermind behind it. 5 people. Sun God is not as famous as the other 4. Just as Fong Ping said this, Heaven exterminating the arch shook his head and said, "It's not about fame. Among the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, at least 5 of them have been taught by Sun God. What he is good at, I don't know." "What do you mean?" "Beginners are usually good at one Tao." "What is Sun God good at?" Heaven exterminating the arch laughed and said, "No one knows, because he is good at every Tao. The disciple he taught, Zhen, is good at many Taos, but his spiritual consciousness Tao is slightly weaker. However, Zhen's younger brother, King Zheng, is not weak in the spiritual consciousness Tao. This should be influenced by him. If that's the case, Sun God might not have shown his true strength." Fang Ping asked no more. Actually, there was nothing more to ask. Now a lot of things were clear. He had indeed been used as a pawn by someone. He could be said to be a new product of the mastermind after the 3 emperors failed. He was deducing from the extreme Tao again, trying to create an omnipotent emperor of the extreme Tao. Fang Ping suddenly sneered and said, "Now I understand. All right, I know all these. Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Heaven exterminating the arch laughed and said, "Actually, there's nothing more to say. You know what you need to know. If you don't know, then we don't know either. Maybe the real body knows, but the real body is most likely dead." But he looked at Iron Head and laughed. "Even if the few of us die, we won't admit defeat like this. Maybe there's still some imprints between heaven and earth. You guys don't have to worry about anything. Maybe we still have the power for one last attack. You guys are the weapon legacies that unleash the power of this attack. Because I realize that all of you have descended with the strongest weapons we had when we were alive. Maybe this is a sign. We might have left something in the 3 realms. At the last moment, I look forward to fighting with all of you." He said it calmly. It was a little sad, but not sad. He chatted with Iron Head for a while. He felt that even if the few of them died, they might still have left something behind. Weapon legacies. According to his habits, if he really died in battle, unless there was no hope, he would not admit defeat even if his weapon was broken. He did not break his God-exterminating spear. This meant that he might have left his hope to the future. Hold the spear, kill. Not only him. Zhan and Ba did not break their divine weapons. This was not their style. Such a strange legacy. Perhaps the real body had other motives and ideas. The biggest possibility was that he had left behind his strongest attack and did not use it. Iron Head licked his lips and asked, "You mean you guys still have power left in the 3 realms that can unleash power beyond the limit?" "Maybe, I'm not sure." The Heaven exterminating the arch laughed. "You guys need to find it and open it yourselves. If you are not strong enough, you might not have triggered all of this. Because we have all been defeated. Without strength, the legacies are useless." "Understood." Iron Head exhaled. He also felt that the 3 of them might have really died. The complete legacy of the weapon was definitely not right. "There's nothing else for me to do. You guys can pass." The Heaven exterminating the arch had nothing more to say. But when he was about to teleport them, he suddenly said, "Although the Emperor God is suspicious, he might not be the one. If it was him, the Tao tree would not have come here." "Of course, everything is hard to confirm. You guys go and see for yourselves. Other than the 5 of them, it's not impossible for others." Even the Heaven exterminating the arch suddenly grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. "Even if we did it ourselves, the 3 emperors worked together to fake their deaths and set up this game of chess. It's not impossible." Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. There was no time to ask. Space-time rotated, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from this level. The 10th level was broken. Fang Ping and the others disappeared. The Heaven exterminating the arch was like a fossil, sitting on the stone platform, motionless. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked forward. A middle-aged man came through the air. The middle-aged man strolled leisurely, hands behind his back, chuckling. "Long time no see, exterminating." "It's you." "It's me." The heaven exterminating Thearcha's gaze changed. What are you doing here? To break through and reminisce. Nothing to reminisce about. Exterminating, do you also think that I was the one who attacked you? Among the three emperors, you are the most rational and shrewd. If it was really me, I wouldn't have come here today to reminisce with you guys. The heaven exterminating the arch was indifferent, putting on an act to divert attention. What a petty trick! The middle-aged man sighed. Sovereign, extreme, transcendence friends, disciples, fellow Taoists of the past. Now, they have all gone their separate ways. What a pity, what a pity! The heaven exterminating the arch said nothing. After a while, he said coldly, If you break through, this source world will be enough to pass. The middle-aged man sat opposite him and smiled. There's no hurry. While no one is here, have a cup of tea. All right, did Fong Ping and the rest just pass? No comment. Even if you don't say, I can still sense the aura. The middle-aged man took out a teapot and a teacup. As he poured tea, he smiled. Say, is the formation of this place man-made or not? Fong Ping and the rest will receive some gifts here. Is it a seed to save itself? You also know that some of us have been eyeing the seeds. The source of power of the three realms may not have any intelligence, but it should still have instincts. Do you think that it is trying to save itself? That's why this place was formed, so that the people who can save it can obtain some opportunities. Don't you know? The heaven exterminating the arch said indifferently. Do you still need to ask me? I don't know, that's why I'm here. The middle-aged man sipped his tea and pondered. I feel that something is wrong with G. He might be involved. I didn't go to Spirit. There's something wrong with the teleportation passageway. There are many people involved in this place. Those who have entered now might not know anything. You're trying to cover it up. The heaven exterminating the arch said coldly, There's no need for that. I've fallen long ago. All that's left is some memories. When this place is destroyed, we will naturally return to dust. Why do you need to lie to us? You, the middle-aged man sighed. You're not as pure as you used to be. I thought that idiot could still talk to you. Who knew that he'd severed his memories? Now, all that's left is martial arts and combat techniques. His memories are gone. There are fewer and fewer old friends that I can talk to. The look in heaven exterminating Thearcha's eyes changed. There was an inexplicable sadness in them. Then he laughed heartily. That's good too. No memories, no worries. Sometimes this idiot is more carefree than me and John. Yes, it's a pity for this old friend. The middle-aged man raised his cup and drank a cup of tea. He stood up. I'm leaving. Perhaps we'll meet again. Perhaps we'll never meet again. The heaven exterminating the arch was silent. He also drank a cup of tea. The passageway opened. The middle-aged man stepped into it. Before he left, he suddenly said in a low voice, Perhaps I can help you be reborn. Gather your origin and find an origin reincarnation. Live again and fight alongside me. The heaven exterminating the arch looked at his back and was speechless for a long time. When he was about to disappear, he said softly, I, exterminating, will only fight for one lifetime. This lifetime will only be exterminated. Sigh. The sigh echoed. He had already disappeared. The heaven exterminating the arch. None of the three great emperors chose to fight again. Sad, lamentable, respectable. The middle-aged man felt a sense of loss. The death of the three emperors was the regret of the three realms. P.S. Only 2 chapters left. This is the longest I've ever written. I've written more than 300,000 words. It's too tiring to write a single chapter. I need to make some adjustments before continuing. Please forgive me, brothers. Chapter 1338. Clang. A crisp sound rang in Fong Ping's ears. It's time for morning classes. He could vaguely hear voices. Fong Ping looked over. At this moment, they were in a majestic palace. This was a room. The door of the room was wide open. Shadows beside him ran toward a square in the middle of the palace. Fang Ping was not the only one. There were many rooms. There were rooms in all directions. At this moment, the doors of each room were wide open. Shadows and real people walked out. Yes, real people. Like Fang Ping, people who were trying to break through the levels. Fang Ping looked around. He was the only one in this room. Cat and Iron Head were not there. However, Fang Ping soon saw Cat in a room opposite him. Iron Head was not there. Fang Ping frowned slightly. He quickly understood. Maybe Iron Head had not broken through enough levels and was separated from him during the teleportation process. This was one of the last 3 levels. Not everyone could come here. Fang Ping and Cat were here. A few others were here too. Fang Ping saw Jiang Hao and the Thunder King. Both of them were in this level now. Not only these 2, Fang Ping glanced over and saw a few others. Moon Spirit. Fang Ping did not say anything since Moon Spirit was here. However, in the next moment, Fang Ping's expression darkened. Feng, Hongyu, Hongkuan, and Li Zhu were all here. They were all in this level. This was not right. These people had not broken through so many levels. Logically, they could not all be here at this time. Although the levels were random, according to Fang Ping's previous experience, there would not be many people in the last 3 levels, unless someone was guiding them secretly. In this place, who could guide these people here secretly? The Dao Tree. Fang Ping snorted coldly in his heart. He might have been tricked. Maybe the Dao Tree had sensed his speed and schemed against him. At this moment, opposite Fang Ping, Jiang Hao growled, "Fang Ping, don't leave the room. As long as you don't leave the room, you will be isolated from this level. No one can enter your room." Fang Ping paused. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the open room. There seemed to be a thin energy shield at the door of the room, not to kill me, but to restrict me from breaking through the levels. Fang Ping suddenly had this thought in his mind. For this stage, he guessed that it was likely that the Dao Tree was secretly guiding him. If he had a conflict with someone, the Dao Tree might have sensed it or seen it. He had brought all these enemies to this stage. However, the goal was not to kill him. Of course, it could also be related to the characteristics of the checkpoint. Still, it was necessary to trap Fang Ping or slow down his progress. Would Fang Ping dare to go out now? Several cultivators who had broken through to the 8th level were all there. They were all his enemies. Fang Ping looked at Li Zhu, who was in the room beside him. He had a vague feeling that Li Zhu might have broken through 8. Li Zhu, Hongkuan, Hongyu, and Feng. Fang Ping would not be too worried if he encountered any one of them. However, if he encountered all 4 powerhouses, even if Fang Ping had forged his jade bones, he would definitely be beaten to death if he went out. On the other side, Hongkuan's expression was unfriendly. He looked at Fang Ping, cursing in his heart. He had just broken through a stage. They had broken through the North Imperial Pass. He was considered unlucky. At North King stage, he was tormented badly by North King. Fortunately, he was very strong. In the end, he chose an extremely dangerous move and smashed the North King into the void. After the Hand of Rules descended and killed the North King, the North King who had just appeared was still in a daze. He followed the old rules. In this way, King Kuin had successfully broken through. Now that he had just broken through and saw Fang Ping, how could King Kuin be happy? However, looking around, God Creation Envoy, Chaos, Heavenly Dog, none of them were there. King Kuin suddenly laughed and said loudly, "Fang Ping, come out and break through the stage together. Aren't you extremely fast? Let's try together." Fang Ping did not step out of the room. He looked at King Kuin and smiled. "What's the hurry? Without me, can you guys break through? I'm not in a hurry. I'll let you guys go for a round." Hongyu and the others did not say anything. Li Zhu stepped out of the room directly and then returned to the room. There were no restrictions. After thinking for a while, Li Zhu walked to Jiang Hao's room and punched. The void trembled slightly, as if there was a barrier at the door of the room. It rippled slightly, but did not shatter. Li Zhu tested it, then looked at Fang Ping and chuckled. Fang Ping, looks like you don't have to come out anymore. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He took out the sofa and sat down, then smiled. Li Zhu, you broke through 8? That's fast. Li Zhu did not reply. On the other side, Hong Yu walked out too. He frowned slightly and said slowly, You killed King Yi? Nonsense, I didn't kill him. Don't wrongly accuse a good person. Fang Ping said lazily, I sent you guys away earlier. Why would I kill him? You guys killed him yourselves, right? Hong Yu frowned and did not say anything. If Heavenly King Yi was dead, then so be it. It was nothing. He glanced at Fang Ping, then at the others, his brows furrowing again. After thinking for a while, he said in a low voice, This stage? What a coincidence! What a coincidence! Obviously, he felt that something was wrong. What a coincidence! Other than Fang Ping and Jiang, who had broken through many stages. Although the others had broken through many stages, it was too much of a coincidence to say that they had reached the same stage as Fang Ping and the others. Someone was leading them to this stage together. If nothing went wrong, it should be to restrict Fang Ping. On the other side, Feng also walked out of the room, chuckling. Interesting. Fang Ping, I broke through earlier than you, yet you and I can actually meet each other in 2 stages consecutively. No, this is the 3rd stage. What a coincidence. As she said that, Feng shook her head and laughed. It's not a good thing to attract too much attention. They were not stupid. Fang Ping suddenly entering a wolf's den was probably not a coincidence. The Dao tree. Fang Ping chuckled. What's wrong with that? Don't you guys want to break through anymore? Let me tell you, either you guys leave together or don't leave, or else you'll suffer. As he said that, he laughed again. I'm not in a hurry anyway. I've broken through 10 stages. This is the 11th stage. I've taken all the benefits that I deserve. I'll just wait. As for us appearing together, you guys should think about how to deal with the one behind us. It was hard to tell whether this was the Dao tree or someone else. The possibility of it being the Dao tree was higher. This fellow was hiding behind the scenes. It was a pity that Fang Ping had seen through it. Now that the powerhouses knew of its existence and made such a scene, how could the powerhouses who had broken through 8 not be on guard? Fang Ping was not in a hurry now. His vitality had not completed the conversion. Actually, he needed some time to complete the conversion. This was like a safe house. It was nothing for him to wait here for a while. He did not believe that these people could trap him here forever. On the other side, the cat poked its head out to take a look. It asked curiously, Liar, we're out. Is this defensive shield still there? I don't know. Fang Ping really did not know. He laughed. Li Zhu, help me try. Are the other people's defensive shields still there? If they are, we can go back by ourselves. How about I play hide and seek with you guys? Li Zhu ignored him. Feng laughed. With a wave of his hand, he hit the door of the room that Li Zhu came out from. With a rumble, the void trembled slightly. There were ripples on the surface of the water. Feng smiled faintly. It's still there. He was not in the mood to help Fang Ping. Instead, he wanted to test if this thing was still there. If it was, to him, it was also a form of protection. Moreover, the sudden appearance of such a setting in this level made him slightly worried. Why was there an additional defensive shield in the room? And it was very resilient. Normally, this kind of level would not do such useless things. As for protecting the challengers, was it necessary? Since it appeared, it meant that these rooms might be used for something. Jiang Hao, Thunder King, Moon Spirit, the cat, these people had not left the room at this moment. The cat thought for a while. It poked its head out and retracted its head. After repeating this a few times, the cat said happily, Liar, we can play hide and seek. He could run out when they were not paying attention, and then run back. It should be fun. Fang Ping was speechless. This stupid cat. Did it think that these fellows were that stupid? They could just set up a trap to lure you out. Playing hide and seek was more like catching a turtle in a jar. Anyway, he would not go out now. If he went out, these fellows might kill him if he was not careful. Although he encountered Feng previously, this fellow did not do anything and was very easy to talk to. That was because he knew that he was no match for Fang Ping and the others. Hong Kuan ran last time because he knew that he could not do anything to Fang Ping, so he ran very fast. Now, a group of people was here. They could not kill Fang Ping. If they could kill Fang Ping, none of them would give up. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. It was good to let them try to clear the level. He felt that the last 3 levels would not be easy. Moreover, it was not right to make this safe house. Why would they make a safe house out of nowhere? Out of so many levels? Only Heavenly Emperor Zhan's side had isolation. However, Heavenly Emperor Zhan's side seemed to have originally wanted everyone to learn separately. It was fine if the classrooms were not in the same room. But why did they make this thing for this level? Fang Ping thought about this and said, "Everyone, whose level is this? Does anyone recognize this?" Hong Yu and the others ignored him. Jiang Hao, however, knew and said, "It's the level that Dong Huang is guarding." Dong Huang? Fang Ping nodded, slightly puzzled. He tried to stretch out a hand. Why did Dong Huang make this safe house? When his hand was stretched out, the others ignored him. If this guy was capable, he could come out with his whole body. Otherwise, breaking his hand would not be of much use anyway. Fang Ping sensed for a while and did not find anything unusual. At this moment, on the square in the middle of the palace, shadows took their seats. These people should be the disciples who listened to Dong Huang's teachings in the past. However, this place only showed shadows, not too real. At this time, a shadow descended from the sky. Below, everyone bowed in admiration. "Welcome, Master." Dong Huang had arrived. Fang Ping turned his head to look. It was a little far away. There seemed to be a protective shield around the square, so he could not see clearly. He was quite curious about Dong Huang. This guy appeared in many ancient books, but most of them had the image of a good guy. He heard that he had a good relationship with Celestial Emperor Batian. Celestial Emperor Batian had asked him for help to beat up Celestial Emperor Annihilate. It was also at that time that he met Wang Ruobing and chased away Heavenly Dog. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Zhan pointed arrows at the emperors in the Celestial Court. This was also one of the parties who stopped the fight. He seemed to have a good relationship with the 4 emperors, the kind that was neutral. Moreover, he was one of Zhan's teachers. Was he going to preach? How were they going to pass this round? Why did they get so many disciples here? Fang Ping was still thinking. Feng and the others were walking toward the square. Moon Spirit also did not say a word. She left the safe house and followed behind everyone, walking toward the square. Fang Ping and the others, on the other hand, were like prisoners, not daring to leave. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. "I'm also quite curious. These bastards better get lost as soon as possible." Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and run out, only to be beaten to death. Hong Kuan and the others had just arrived around the square. In the sky, Dong Huang said, "Today, you're still talking about force." Fang Ping hurriedly listened. He could hear the voice. Since he could hear it, he was not in a hurry. Perhaps he could pass the round without going out, so there was no need to go out and find trouble for himself. Force, vitality force, and spiritual consciousness force a higher level of strength. Those who are not heavenly kings, or even those who have not broken through to the 8th strongest state, can control it. However, the path of cultivation lies in breakthrough, in creation. As Fang Ping listened, Feng and the others had already walked to the square. Dong Huang acted as if he did not see them, continuing to talk to himself. After talking for a while, Fang Ping somewhat understood. Dong Huang felt that if the force was stronger, then he could let his disciples master it. They did not necessarily have to break through to the 8th level to try it. If his disciples could master force when they were weak, then their combat strength would be even stronger. This was also considered a breakthrough. Could I pass the round just by mastering force? That's not difficult. Fong Ping thought. If that was the case, this round might be difficult for others, but it was not difficult for him and the cat. One man and one cat both had mastered force. As he was thinking, Dong Huang suddenly said, "According to the method I taught you yesterday, try to convert force." As soon as he said that, in the square, the shadows suddenly divided into 3 rows. Hong Kuan and the others looked left and right, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this moment, even Fong Ping felt something different. Among the disciples who were divided into 3 rows, someone suddenly unleashed their own strength. Mind power, vitality power, and life power. The 3 rows of disciples unleashed different strengths. They were 3 types of strength. There were many people, and their strength back then should not have been weak. At this moment, with everyone's combined strength, the 3 strong forces suddenly intertwined in midair. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Feng's expression changed slightly. "Hong, you seem to have thought of something." In the next moment, without a word, he turned around and ran. Before he left, he passed by Moon's spirit and growled, "Go back to the house." Moon's spirit did not hesitate. She turned around and ran. At this moment, Hong Kuan, who was at the front, also had a drastic change in expression. He turned around and ran back to his house. As he ran, he scolded, "Lunatic!" Fong Ping was still in a daze. In the square, under the intertwining of the 3 forces, suddenly a strong force exploded. This origin power, however, was extremely unstable. Fong Ping did not have time to say anything. Boom! This loud sound reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Fong Ping's house was shaking. At the door, the defense shield was also shaking violently. Rumble! Countless forces were destroyed. Forces exploded everywhere. The 3 forces were out of balance. The produced force actually exploded. Fong Ping knew how strong the force was. Moreover, there were many disciples under Dong Huang. The 3 forces created by these people were actually formed by the rule. They were all very strong. This explosion was actually equivalent to the explosion of countless rule powers. This time, even Fong Ping was affected in the house, let alone those who were closest to them. They all ran back to their rooms, frantically. Although they were broken 8, the force just now was condensed and transformed by all the disciples under Dong Huang. Although the projection was not as strong as before, it was still extremely destructive. At the back was Li Zhu. This guy did not know the inside story, so he ran slightly slower. This explosion blasted Li Zhu's flesh and blood everywhere. With a muffled groan, he turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye and quickly went back to his safe house. On the other side, Hong Yu and the rest were also affected. They all groaned. Feng's physique was indeed slightly weaker. He turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. He rushed back to his room hurriedly. Rumble! The explosion continued. In the sky, Dong Huang sighed. The control of force is still not balanced enough. The output of vitality force is slightly higher. Although the force has been converted, there is an imbalance. As he spoke, Hong Kuan, who was also slightly injured, went back to his safe house and could not help but curse, "Lunatic!" Back then, there were countless disciples of Dong Huang. They were all King, killed by you. Why are you doing this to break through? Feng also recovered quickly. He said in exasperation, "Dong Huang has more disciples than anyone else. Even the earthly emperors are not as good as him. So many of them have died, and you're still experimenting." How many years had it been? They had almost forgotten about this. Did Dong Huang have few disciples? How was that possible? Dong Huang was the second top-notch powerhouse to become an emperor after the divine emperor. Before the other emperors became emperors, he was already an emperor. Of course, he had many disciples, but now many of the other emperors had come out. What about Dong Huang? It seemed like there was only one saint. There were only 2 or 3 of them. They were not even as good as the spirit emperors. Everyone had almost forgotten about the ancient times. Now, Hong Kuan and the others suddenly remembered. Wasn't it because of this bastard's experiments that many people died? Of course, in that era, countless people died in order to explore the Marshall Way. During the early stage of the Marshall Way, countless people self-destructed in order to explore the Marshall Way. These were actually not a big deal back then. But now they wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn it, what the hell? He exploded as soon as he arrived. This destructive power was even close to breaking through the 9 levels. Alas! With a sigh, Dongwang said softly, "It still doesn't work." It still failed. As soon as he said this, the countless shadows that had been blown to pieces in the square suddenly condensed and returned to the safe house. Seeing this, Li Zhu was also dumbfounded. He could not help but say, "Is it going to be like this forever?" They were really unlucky. They had just entered and almost died in the explosion without knowing anything. Of course, they would not die so easily, but they were definitely unlucky. Even now, the powerful destructive power was still shaking the void. It was just a test, and it was over. And Donghuang's projection disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gone. At this moment, everyone finally knew why the safe house was built. Without it, even if they were extremely powerful and could withstand the instantaneous explosive force, they would still be injured, and the injuries would not be light. The key was it going to be like this forever, or just once? Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. The safe house was obviously not useless. It was very likely that this was a cyclical process. They had considered that it would be like this forever, even if they broke through to 8 levels. That was why they built the safe house. Everyone was quiet. Fong Ping suddenly grinned. TSK, everyone, does it feel good? I think it might be done once a day until you break through. You guys go out and experiment. Anyway, I'm not going out. Humph. Hong Kuan snorted coldly. When the energy fluctuations outside dissipated, he frowned and continued walking out of the safe house. As soon as he walked out, "The morning class has begun." The shadows gathered in the square once again. Hong Kuan's expression changed. Just like the previous cycle, the shadows gathered in the square one after another. After a while, Donghuang arrived again. "Welcome, Master. Still talking about the Force today?" Standing outside the house, Hong Kuan's face turned green. On the other side, Li Zhu said hurriedly, "We can't go out. If we go out, we'll start repeating the scene." Hong Kuan was too lazy to respond. "Nonsense, I can feel it." At this moment, 3 waves of energy gathered again. Then a deafening rumble was heard again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Hong Kuan had already run into his safe house. Right now, his face was as black as a sheet. What was this? Wouldn't stop until he blew us up? Once he went out, the scene would repeat. Under the cycle, he would blow you up. If he went out, of course, he would not be blown up in one go. If he could not do it once, he would do it twice, thrice, after dozens of times. He would die even if he had broken through to 8 levels. From the looks of it, this was the trend. At this moment, Fong Ping could not stop laughing. He guffawed. "Go out. Didn't you not let me go out? Go out, all of you." After mocking him for a while, Fong Ping asked curiously, "What is Dong Huang trying to do?" He keeps repeating this scene. His obsession is quite deep. Do you know what he's trying to do? Foam was currently healing his flesh. When he heard that, he felt a little helpless. He said in a low voice, "Dong Huang used to have countless disciples. Later on, there were a lot fewer. Some top-notch disciples seem to have disappeared. I heard that there was an accident when he was experimenting with a new combat technique. Many people died. Dong Huang might not be satisfied. This scene might be a reenactment of the scene where his top-notch disciples died one after another. This scene must have happened in the past. Dong Huang let his disciples experiment with converting their force. In the end, there was an accident and many people died. Was that why it became an obsession? Since they had broken through the levels until now, everyone had more or less understood it. These levels might be the manifestation of the obsession hidden in the hearts of some emperors. Could it be that Dong Huang could not let go of it all this time, hence this level appeared? Fang Ping rubbed his chin. Could it be that Dong Huang wants us to save people? That was not easy. Fang Ping egged him on. I know how to break through this level. Maybe he wants you to save all his disciples before the explosion comes. That way, you can break through the level. Actually, it's not that difficult. Hold on for a while and bring those apparitions back to the house. You might be able to pass this level. This was not an unfounded guess. However, their faces were dark. Nonsense. They ran fast just now. How would they have time to save people? If they wanted to save people, they would have to stay where they were for a while. Dong Huang's projection had been destroyed once in the area with the strongest explosion power. It had condensed rapidly. This was taking their lives. If it exploded a few more times, wouldn't it kill them? However, it had to be said that the possibility of this happening was still there. Moreover, it was not small. Fang Ping continued, egging them on. The few of you can join forces. 4 of you can break through level 8. Plus Moon Spirit. Forget it. Don't go for Moon Spirit. It's not worth it to blow her up. Let them try. Maybe they can succeed. Fang Ping grinned. The 4 of you are all breaking through level 8. Why are you afraid of this? Why don't you go and try? If the 4 of us join forces, I don't think they can blow you up. I've estimated the power. With this level of explosion, you won't die unless it happens 20 times in a row. The few of them looked unfriendly. Hong Kuan let out a cold humph and frowned. Don't be sarcastic. You have to break through too. Fang Ping, your physique is not weak. If you want to try, come out too. Fang Ping pursed his lips. Was he stupid? All of them were here. If he went out, plus the power of the explosion, 1, 2, 3 of them might be killed by you. Fang Ping could not be bothered with them. He rubbed his chin and said, Dong Huang is also a research maniac. No wonder Chief Dong Huang didn't appear. Did he blow him up? The power just now might have been stronger during the explosion. Dong Huang might have protected some of them, but he probably could not have protected everyone. In real life, maybe even those who had broken through level 8 would be blown up. No wonder there were so few people in East Emperor Sect. This person also liked to set off fireworks. Fang Ping lamented, Dong Huang and I have a common hobby. Say, is he teaching me how to use the combat technique of combination to convert force to blow up powerhouses like you? We humans have a group of death warriors. Let's not talk about it. Maybe it'll be useful if we study it. Fang Ping continued, rubbing his chin. Speaking of which, it might not be useless. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression darkened. Hong Yu said in a low voice, There are people in Heavenly Court. This is too harmful. Fang Ping, don't you dare act recklessly. If Fang Ping really mastered this method, a group of people could combine their combat techniques and convert force. The force had already gone through a qualitative change, plus the power of the explosion. 10 true gods converted to force might be stronger than a saint. Plus the power of the explosion, 10 true gods might be able to unleash a heavenly king strike. Of course, the result was obvious. The true gods who used this method could not even think about living. However, there were many humans who were not afraid of death. 10 true gods unleashing the power of a heavenly king strike. What about 10 venerable emperors? What about 10 saints? Hong Yu felt that it was necessary to dispel Fang Ping's idea. Otherwise, who knew what this lunatic would do? If one day he, Marshal King, and the rest joined forces and used this move, even those who had broken through level 8 would be blown up. Fang Ping laughed. That's true. It's too hurtful. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Everyone try again. I think it should be like what I said. Saving people can clear the stage. If you move faster, there might be a chance. No one paid attention to him. However, Hongyu and the rest looked at each other, frowning slightly. The method to clear the stage might be like what Fang Ping said. That would be troublesome. Saving people. How were they supposed to save them? Even if they saved them, there were about 100 people in the plaza. Would they send them back to their rooms one by one? If that was the case, they felt that they would be blown to pieces. For a moment, everyone felt like their heads were about to explode. Chapter 1339. Rescuing people was difficult. Moreover, it was only Fang Ping's theory. No one would take the bait easily. Of course, this was a possibility. At this time, Hongyu said slowly, the force explosion is because the three parties provide unbalanced energy. If we can balance the energy of the three parties, will it maintain the balance of the force and prevent the explosion? After he said that, Hong Kuin said coldly, that's not one person. That's hundreds of people. There's a slight imbalance in the energy of hundreds of people. How are you going to control it? Hongyu laughed. Dong Huang said earlier that vitality is slightly stronger. We can weaken some of the vitality force or increase some vitality or mentality to maintain the balance of the force. Li Zhu interrupted. That's what you said, but these hundreds of energies are not one person's. The difference in energy is also very small. You have to measure the slight difference among these hundreds of energies and control it precisely. You can even perform a slight change in energy before balancing it. That's asking too much of us, Li Zhu said helplessly. And if we're not careful, there will be an explosion. It's fine if it happens once or twice, but if it happens too many times, we will only become weaker and weaker. In the end, we will lose control of our energy and fail completely. Hong Kuin said coldly. During this period, if an asshole appears and you control it, and he adds a little bit of energy, hee. As he said that, he looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping looked innocent and said innocently, Hong Kuin, are you talking about yourself? Then you're too much of an asshole. Hong Kuin sneered and said disdainfully, I'm talking about you. In my opinion, this round might not only be a test of that. It might also be a test of the team's cooperation, because we're not going to pass it alone. If that's the case, there are more things to consider. What is Dong Huang trying to do? Teach combat techniques? Fang Ping laughed. Is Dong Huang trying to tell us that we can only unleash powerful combat techniques when we work as a team? Oh, right. Fang Ping continued laughing. Maybe it's not just that. I think Dong Huang might not only be thinking about saving people and balancing things. He might even want to save people after balancing things out. I don't believe he wants his disciples to be disposable consumables. Maybe he wants them to be a final combat force. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, if that's the case, then the test might be on how to save people after the balance is achieved. While achieving the enhancement of combat strength, his disciple will become a kind of trump card for him instead of a consumable. This was much more reliable than what he had said before. Even Feng pondered and said, the possibility is very high. Someone must have passed before. According to the previous checkpoints, there should be some benefits to clearing them. When we fulfill Dong Huang's wish, what will we gain? How can the weak pass the test? Li Zhu thought for a while, then said with a smile, what did we get? We got the way to combine our origin power, the structure of our origin power, and how to make it more stable. We've gained a bit from being able to maintain a balance between hundreds of different energies. It's easier to do this alone. In this way, we will have a clearer idea of where to go in the future, won't we? Of course, there were benefits. Putting everything else aside, if they succeeded and let 10 sages come, they might be able to unleash a battle prowess that surpassed 7. If the 10 sages could survive, that would be terrifying. And this was only 10? What about 20? Would he be able to unleash the power of breaking through 8? What about the 30th? Not only that, Dong Huang's disciples had different abilities too. Different abilities could also be mixed, depending on how much power each person provided. If they could also master this method, If the true god martial artists in the catacombs joined forces, they would be doomed if they encountered a heavenly king now. However, if tens or hundreds of true gods joined forces, they might be able to kill a heavenly king. If tens of thousands of rank 9 joined forces, they might also be able to kill a heavenly king. In this way, some of the middle and low-end combat strength would become a kind of trump card for all parties, and they would no longer be insignificant figures. They were thinking about this. On the other side, Moon's spirit said coldly, "I'm thinking, did Dongwang actually cultivate such a group of people back then? Did he hide a group of people and use them as a trump card? When they joined forces at the critical moment, they once killed an emperor." As soon as she said this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Moon's spirit said indifferently, "Until now, only one of Donghuang's disciples has revived. I suspect that Donghuang's disciples may have participated in the war back then. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been completely wiped out." Donghuang was the second-ranked emperor. He was extremely ancient. However, who under him was famous? Heavenly Emperor Zhan did not count. And the Divine Emperor? The Tao Tree, Heavenly King Yi, Dragon Transformation, and even the Qing Tong Sage of Weiyu Mountain, the Medicine God Emperor of Medicine God Island, and another sage of Medicine God Island. This might not be all of the Divine Emperor. Under Spirit Emperor, there was a heavenly king powerhouse like Lin Zi. No matter how one looked at it, Donghuang's disciples were the weakest. Everyone pondered. If that was the case, it was really possible. Back then, some of Donghuang's disciples were still alive. Of course, many of them died. Were those people really dead, or were they hidden by Donghuang? Donghuang was experimenting with the origin force combination method. Perhaps he had already succeeded. This place was only a part of his memory. Then, what role did Donghuang play in the battle when the heavenly realm was destroyed back then? Everyone was silent for a while. Hong Kuan frowned and said, "No matter what, we still have to try. First, balance the origin force. Second, save people. Third, let the origin force maintain balance while saving people. Completing any one of these 3 could be the way to break through." As he said that, Hong Kuan said coldly, "But no matter which one it is, there must be no interference. Among us, some people don't have the demeanor of a powerhouse at all. They are ruthless, shameless, despicable." Fong Ping yawned. Seeing him looking over, he cupped his hands casually, his face full of agreement. "You're right. There is such a kind of person, but it's not me. I don't know. Anyway, I don't think I'm that kind of person. You might be talking about your younger brother, Hong Yu." King Kuan was a little tired. He said in a low voice, "So we must eliminate such unexpected factors, or else we won't be able to break through. We also have to be careful of being plotted against." Everyone looked at Fong Ping, including Jiang Hao and the others, and that cat. The cat stared at Fong Ping with its eyes wide open, its face full of curiosity. "If they wanted to kill you, what would you do?" Fong Ping's face darkened. He said coldly, "Don't give me that. Come in and kill me if you can. What does this have to do with me? If you didn't provoke me first and threaten me, would I be your enemy?" Fong Ping snorted. "Some people never look for their own mistakes. They only know how to blame others. If the divine sect didn't play tricks on Earth, would I be your enemy on purpose? If the catacombs didn't have the intention to invade Earth, would I be your enemy? After years of killing, tens of millions of humans have died. Now that a few of your people have died, you're upset immediately?" Fong Ping scolded. "It's best if they kill you. If you're not convinced, then let's drag it out together. Let's see who can last longer. Coincidentally, I've gained a lot here. If I start cultivating now, even if I have to endure for 10,000 years, I won't die. I'll see if you guys die and how long your lifespans are." As soon as he said that, their expressions turned ugly. Feng Shao chuckled. "Fong Ping, since we're here, everyone wants to break through. Why don't we cooperate? I'm afraid of death." Fong Ping said indifferently, "You're all in the same group. I'm afraid of death. I'll wait a little longer. I'll wait for the God Creation Envoy and the others to come. It's impossible to cooperate. I trust you guys, but you guys won't trust me." As Fong Ping said that, he smiled and said, "But there's something we can try. Every now and then, one of you will go out and trigger a force riot. We'll investigate where the force imbalance is." This was not a problem. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao thought for a while and said, "We can't keep going in and out of the room. If we keep going, this seal will break and the breakthrough will fail." Fong Ping looked at him in surprise. Hong Yu frowned slightly too. "You still remember about the Demon Emperor?" Jiang Hao shook his head, then nodded slightly. "I remember a little, not much. But if we go in and out too much, the seal will break. I know this. How did the Demon Emperor break through back then?" "I don't remember." Jiang Hao saw that they did not believe him. He said lightly, "There's no need to lie to you guys. Because Unquestionable Jen said that everyone's breakthrough method is different and the rewards are different. So, don't use his memory to disturb me. Let me use the same method as him to break through." Everyone agreed with this. Everyone's method was different. If Unquestionable Jen had really left behind his method, then Jiang Hao might follow him. In that case, Jiang Hao would only be the second Unquestionable Jen. If Fong Ping had Unquestionable Jen's method, he might also pass through like Unquestionable Jen. Then he would not have gained as much as he did now. A powerhouse's thought process was usually this unique. There's a restriction on entering and exiting the house. In that case, if the house breaks, we'll either exit the arcane realm or be killed. Because without the safe house, no one could withstand the continuous outburst of force. Whether they would fail and exit directly or continue to endure the outburst of force, they could not be sure. In that case, this round was quite risky. "We might die." Jiang Hao replied, "If we didn't break through the first few rounds, we might exit the arcane realm. In this round, there's a high chance of death." As soon as he said that, everyone did not even dare to leave the house. Hong Kuan had already exited twice. Right now, he said in a low voice, "How many times do we have to exit before the seal breaks?" "I don't know." Jiang Hao thought for a while and said, "No matter how many, we won't give you 100 chances. It might be even less." This was even more difficult. Everyone looked at each other. Fong Ping, on the other hand, was everyone's target of caution. Fong Ping pursed his lips. Too lazy to care about them, he began to close his eyes and cultivate vitality conversion. Having forged his jade bones, he actually needed time to convert his strength. It just so happened that he could cultivate a little longer in this round. It could also delay the others from breaking through. It was quite good. Rumble. The sound of an explosion rang out again. Li Zhu hurriedly retreated to the safe house. At this moment, it had been a while since they entered. Although Fong Ping was still there, a few of them began to probe. Li Zhu retreated while Hong Kuan stayed outside the safe house, defending with all his might. In his hand, he grabbed a wisp of gray energy. It was turbulent force. He did not enter the safe house because it was within the rules. The force would dissipate the moment it entered. If he wanted to probe, he would have to come out and endure the outburst of force. While analyzing the cause of the force explosion, Hong Kuan said in a low voice, "Unquestionable Jen and the others could break through that year probably because they did not endure the force attack. That means that he has shocking talent and amazing eyesight. He did not need to probe to discover the cause of the imbalance of force. Or there must be other ways to break through." When Unquestionable Jen was in this round, the most he could do was use the strength of a saint. He could not withstand the outburst of force. If that was the case, he either discovered the flaw of the force remotely and balanced it, or he used other ways to pass. Fong Ping looked at his vitality that had converted quite a bit. He yawned and said simple, "Kill Dong Huang." "Anyway, I think killing Dong Huang might be a solution. Everyone can kill Dong Huang when he descends. Maybe there won't be any more problems. Really think about it. Without Dong Huang's orders, How could there be a joint attack? Of course, there won't be an explosion of force. As soon as he said that, no one could refute him. It made so much sense. This was not fake. If they killed Dong Huang, would the others not listen to their orders? Because no one gave the order. Hong Kuan did not say anything. He checked the force and returned to the safe house. He did not go in. This place kept on exploding. If this went on for a long time, he would not be able to hold on. Fang Ping did not care about them anymore. He looked at the gradually dissipating force and fell into deep thought. Previously, North King had told him that these 3 rounds might have some methods to completely unify. Actually, after so many rounds, Fang Ping had already felt that each round actually had its own characteristics. It was gradually making up for some of everyone's shortcomings. Was Dong Huang's round just for the force? Was it that simple? That was true. Force fusion was a very difficult thing to do. However, Emperor Nan's vitality restoration technique actually overlapped with this. What can Dong Huang's round teach me? At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to see something. He suddenly glanced at the cat from the corner of his eyes. On the other side, the cat was bored from being locked up. At this moment, the cat stretched out its claws and was playing with the outburst of force. As if it was playing with a ball of yarn, the cat was playing with it enthusiastically. One moment, it was squeezed into a ball, the next moment, it was squeezed into a small fish, and the next moment, it was squeezed into a small tiger. As if sensing that Fang Ping was looking at it, the cat turned its head and looked at Fang Ping innocently. Then, it sheepishly retracted its claws. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. This cat? No, this round might not only test those things. Yes, the fusion of force and the combo combat technique were all huge gains. However, for Fang Ping, he had actually already obtained these in the previous rounds. The biggest overlap was in the vitality restoration technique. The overlap between Emperor Nan's round and this round was too big. This cat is swimming in the force. Fang Ping's expression changed again and again. What did it mean? Body honing? Could it be that the outburst of force here was actually helping the challengers hone their bodies, so that the force will no longer explode but maintain balance? The imbalance of force here may not be a real imbalance, but it needs us to make up for some of the imbalances and allow ourselves to fuse with these force. Fang Ping's gaze changed again. Maybe this round of Dong Huang's might have other hidden meanings. The imbalance of force would cause an explosion, but the balance of force was actually the best strength for honing the body. This, Fang Ping had a deep understanding of. Back then, after he achieved balance, he used the force to hone his body. It was also at that time that the degree of honing of his jade bones appeared. It was also at that time that his several types of strength fused and transformed his bones from golden bones to jade bones. This round is for honing the body. Fang Ping felt that he might have discovered the true meaning of this round. The first 10 rounds were for them to make up for their flaws. The last 3 rounds might be for them to integrate the gains from the previous rounds. The changes in each round made them stronger and stronger. If that was the case, if Unquestionable Sword discovered this, then it might use his discovery to fuse itself into the chaotic force and hone itself. This way he would not be hurt. It would only make him stronger. Fang Ping felt that if he really discovered these special points, it was highly possible that he could pass this round this way. This was not a round, but a gift. Fang Ping glared at the cat. Seeing that no one was paying attention to it, he signaled with his eyes for it to retreat immediately. He could see the cat playing with the force and discover some clues. The others could too. However, for now, the others had not considered this point. That was why they had been analyzing the reason for the imbalance of force. Fang Ping did not want them to take advantage of this. Of course, very soon, Fang Ping realized that things were not that simple. At this time, King Kuin suddenly said, "Every time the force outbursts, the unbalanced force is actually different. It's not fixed. Damn it, this round is harder than we thought. Every time, it's a different force that's out of balance." As soon as he said this, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, if he wanted to hone his body, then he would also need to master a different force supplement during every outburst process, so that the force would not be out of balance. If I didn't go through Heavenly Emperor Jean's round, I wouldn't be able to achieve such precise force supplement. If I didn't go through Emperor Nan's round, I wouldn't be able to clearly understand the composition of the force. The previous rounds were actually prepared for the later rounds. Fang Ping understood. This mystic realm was indeed to make people more versatile. At this time, Fang Ping looked at the others and smiled. I'll go out and take a look. Everyone, don't waste the opportunity to enter and exit. I'll be at the door. Don't think of killing me. As Fang Ping said that, he walked out of the safe house. The others did not say anything. It was good to let Fang Ping try. As soon as Fang Ping went out, the scene began to loop again. Fang Ping watched for a while and muttered, I still think that killing Donghuang is not bad. Too bad it's too far. I'm afraid that if I go and kill him, you guys will kill me before I come back. Forget it, I'm not going. At this time, the scene continued. Very soon, it was time for the force outburst. Fang Ping stood at the door. The force spread and exploded in an instant. Fang Ping was surrounded by the force. At this moment, his flesh was so strong that he felt like his flesh was about to explode. He quickly composed himself and quickly analyzed the cause of the force imbalance. In this explosion of force, there were hundreds of forces. Fang Ping frowned and quickly began to investigate and analyze. Mentality, vitality force, and vitality are all different. There's a slight difference, but it's not big. The ratio of the three is not 1, 1, 1. It's about 100, 101, 99. Fang Ping had the force himself. He could investigate more clearly than King Kuan. Very soon, Fang Ping had some conclusions. The three forces were unbalanced and different, which led to the force outburst. I need to replenish one part of mentality and 2 parts of vitality to make the force in this place balanced. At the thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly grabbed a strand of force and quickly filled it with strands of mentality and vitality before the other party exploded. The initially violent force suddenly calmed down. Of course, only the strand in his hand. Fang Ping let the force roll in his hand. It did not explode. Fang Ping tried to absorb it again. As expected, his flesh seemed to be tempered. The force surged in his flesh. Fang Ping's system did not have the function to recover force. Even if it did, he might not use it to hone his body now. But in this place, it was possible. Fang Ping's gaze changed. The system could recover vitality force and other forces. He did not need to recover himself. Instead, he could use it to replenish and make up for the imbalance of power in this place. After conversion, it would become force and then be used to hone his body. However, conversion in a small area was fine. Large scale, including integrating his entire body into the force, this required him to have superb control over his strength and be able to convert it in time. Interesting. Donghuang's stage actually has this function. While Fang Ping was thinking about this, someone stretched out his arm as if by accident and shot out a wisp of vitality force. The force that had yet to erupt completely suddenly exploded in all directions with a loud boom. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated to the safe house and said angrily, "Childish! Stupid bird! I didn't go far. Go ahead and blow me up. If you blow me up, won't I blow you up later?" Hong Kuan sneered. "Just drag it out. I'm just trying. Not to mention, this power is more unbalanced, and the explosion will be more powerful." He was the one who did it earlier. Fang Ping thought this guy was childish. "I didn't go far. What's the use of blowing me up?" On the other side, Li Zhu and Hong Yu were having a headache. Was King Kuan that free? If you blew Fang Ping up, wouldn't this guy keep blowing you up? Don't you want to clear the stage? Fang Ping, on the other hand, thought of many things at this moment. His eyes suddenly lit up and he murmured in his heart, "It's not one person clearing the stage, but many people. Could it be that there's a deeper test? If I can quickly determine how much energy they add in and analyze it, then the energy they add will also become a part of the force and hone my body. The more Fang Ping thought about it, the more terrified he felt. If Dong Huang can do this, and someone uses force to fight him, he can quickly capture some of the imbalances and turn the enemy's force into his body-honing strength. Not only that, Fang Ping thought even more. Even if the enemy uses vitality force or mentality, he can completely make his force lose balance and directly absorb it to replenish it, turning it into a part of his strength. If that's the case, the enemy's attack power will instead become his power to hone his body. He can do this? Fang Ping swallowed. He did not think that Dong Huang was that scary before. But now, if Dong Huang could really achieve such accurate judgment, absorption, and conversion, then Dong Huang could be said to be invincible. Of course, if the other party's strength control was also terrifyingly strong, like Heavenly Emperor Zhan, who had 100% control, then Dong Huang might not be able to make use of it. But as long as it was not 100%, if Dong Huang could do this, then he was almost invincible. 5 people. When Mia said 5 people, including Dong Huang, Fang Ping thought that Mia had overestimated Dong Huang. When North King ranked his strength, Dong Huang was in the top 3, equal to Heavenly Emperor Reverse and Emperor God. At that time, Fang Ping felt that what North King said was not accurate. But now, who was first among the top 3 that North King mentioned? He only said top 3 and did not specifically say first and second. Did that mean that in North King's mind, Dong Huang was actually on the same level as the other 2 powerhouses? He was a level higher than the other emperors and venerable emperors. These people are causing trouble and exploding their energy. If I can quickly analyze the composition of the energy, I can quickly replenish my strength and make the force balance again. This is considered borrowing strength. But these people can't do it, so they dare not come out and can only stay inside. If they come out, they have to be careful of losing the balance of their energy and getting killed by the explosion of the force. They can only watch helplessly as I temper my body. They don't even dare to cause trouble. This is a good way to piss people off. But these people are extremely powerful. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to quickly analyze the composition of their energy. Fang Ping realized that this level had a very high requirement for personal qualities. He had to be powerful in all aspects. Maybe I can try to do a small-scale conversion honing. Fang Ping looked at Dong Huang's projection from the corner of his eyes. If his guess was right, this guy was indeed in the top 3 powerhouses. Imagine, when North King punched, he absorbed the energy and turned it into force to hone himself and even hurt North King. How frustrated would North King be? Does this count as the star transposition art? Or even better, borrowing strength to fight strength was not enough. He could also replenish and strengthen his own strength. As for why he listed North King, it was because that guy bragged that he was very powerful. Dong Huang. Fang Ping did not feel anything else during this trip to the arcane realm. He only felt that all the emperors and venerable emperors were really not simple. He might have underestimated these guys in the past. Each was more cunning and difficult to deal with than the last. Was the silly celestial Emperor Batian really stupid? Or had he discovered something and purposely helped Ironhead? Was North King, who seemed easy to fool, being fooled on purpose, or did he have other motives? At this moment, Fang Ping was a little uncertain. Maybe you thought you were fooling them, but in fact, they were the ones snickering. Fooling a fool was quite fun. Fang Ping was that idiot. Fang Ping was a little embarrassed. No way. After all, it was just a projection, not the real body. Did he really have so many thoughts? No matter how I think about it, it seems that the Beast Emperor is the dumbest. Indeed, the demons are the dumbest. Fang Ping comforted himself. Others might have fooled him, but the Beast Emperor definitely did not, because he did not give it a chance at all. He killed it dozens of times directly. Whatever, I want to try. If I succeed in this level, my body might become more perfect and powerful. Even the conversion of force might accelerate. Fong Ping decided to not care so much. He would try it first. Chapter 1340. 10 levels passed. He is dead too. Just as Fong Ping was about to try, the young man who was observing the levels in the basilica murmured, would he be able to pass this stage so quickly? This time the young man even used some of his trump cards to gather these people together. He passed 10 levels. Not just Fong Ping, the young man also looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao passed 10 levels too. Then at Hong Yu. Hong Yu passed 7 levels. Qin Kuan passed 8 levels, more than Hong Yu. Li Zhu passed 7 levels too. Feng did the same. These people passed the levels extremely quickly. It had not been long since they came in. The young man fell into deep thought. Should he try to pass all the levels now? No, not many people passed the levels of Emperor God and Emperor Heaven Reverse. Few people passed the levels, and the barriers were strong. It might not be successful. If the young man wanted to pass the final level, he might have to pass all the levels. The young man turned his head again and looked at another image. It was also a sealed basilica. In the basilica, an old man was sitting cross-legged. He had been sitting there for a long time. Everyone else was passing the levels, but he was not. The young man frowned slightly and murmured, "Zhen, what are you trying to do now? This place might not be able to pass 9 levels." It was not that easy to pass 9 levels. The young man had been sitting there for a long time. He never tried to leave. Was it because he knew he could not leave or because he had other plans? The young man was observing Heavenly King Zhen. Right now he was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, Heavenly King Zhen opened his eyes. He stared straight ahead, motionless. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. He murmured, "Which shameless bastard peeked at me? I've seen you a few times, and you're still peeking. Aren't you afraid you'll go blind?" He calculated the time. It had been 7 or 8 days since he came in. He wondered if Fong Ping and the others had come in and how many levels they had passed. "Cheong, don't you want to come in for a chat?" Heavenly King Jin stood up suddenly and shouted. No one answered. "Why keep me here? Are you afraid that I'll kill you?" Silence. Heavenly King Jin sighed. He walked around and suddenly looked at the top of the basilica. With a sudden laugh, the subduing Heavenly King took out a crystal chip from his pocket and said with a smile, "This is the latest movie projector developed by humans. Aren't you tired of watching this, old man? This thing could be a good thing. In the past, it could not be used in the catacombs. It took a lot of manpower and material resources to research. Forget it, you've lucked out. I won't look at it anymore. You can have a look." As he spoke, he enlarged the crystal and threw it into the air, instantly covering the roof. At this moment, in the hall where the young man was, suddenly, something different appeared on the screen. The young man looked over, and his face darkened. On the screen, there were 2 people. They were all men. One of them was even kneeling. Of course, it wasn't some messy little movie. The man kneeling on the ground had 3 big words above his head. Peeping Tom. Ancient characters. The one standing seemed to be the Heavenly King Jin. At this moment, with a slap, the person kneeling on the ground flew up. Pa! Another slap. Slap after slap. The other party cowed out and begged for mercy. "Grandpa, spare me!" The young man could not hear the voice, but there was a text accompanying it. That's right, he even had words on him. High-tech. The one that the Heavenly King Suppressing had taken out could play movies from Earth, and it could also be transformed by one's own energy input. It would be a complete waste if the Heavenly King Suppressing didn't make movies. Who is your grandfather? The Heavenly Hound is your grandfather. A string of words appeared above the subduing Heavenly King's head. It was a silent movie version. Pa! With a single kick, he turned his opponent into a pig's head. Pung, pung, pung. A series of violent beatings caused the kneeling man to burst into tears. The scene continued to play out everything. The more the young man watched, the more irritated he became. The young man was not surprised that Jianjin had discovered some clues. But wasn't this guy too bored? Was that necessary? Boring. The young man harumphed coldly and was just about to turn off the screen when, after some thought, he decided not to. If he did, he would have no idea what the town was up to. The young man did not close it, and the scene continued to play out. From being pummeled at the start to being stuffed into a cesspit, bitten by a dog, ridden by a pig. All kinds of bizarre things happened. That was not all. Soon, a group of wretched men appeared on the screen. There were some names marked on it. The Sea Guardian, the Kuan Peng, was enormous. The son of the earthly emperor, Hong Kuan, had a strong body. These people, or demons, transformed into wretched men and began to touch the kneeling man. The young man felt that he had to kill the town. Damn, what was this guy thinking? He had lived for so many years, yet he was so childish, so boring, so wretched, so hateful. Although the person who had turned into a peeping Tom had no face in the scene, and the subduing heavenly king did not know if the person peeping on him was the divine emperor or someone else, it did not stop him from disgusting people. In the next moment, an invisible scene happened on the screen. The young man's face was dark. This old guy who had lived for tens of thousands of years actually used this to disgust him. It was unexpected. The accompanying text continued, and some vulgar words marked in ancient characters appeared. The young man really could not watch any more. With a cold snort, he waved his hand and the screen turned dark. He could not watch any more. If the subduing heavenly king used other methods, even if he meditated for 100 or 1,000 years, the young man could continue watching. He had patience, but watching this scene was really unbearable for the young man. Disgusting. In the divine Emperor Hall, the subduing heavenly king was whistling a tune in a good mood. Still peeping? This old man has better, exclusive short movies that haven't been played yet. The subduing heavenly king chuckled and said, for example, the Kuan Peng's transformation and the Beast Emperor's transformation haven't started yet. I hope you can continue watching. The subduing heavenly king stroked his beard and murmured, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors can all evolve? No, forget about the spirit sovereign, you're lucky. The monster race can all evolve and let you see. The subduing heavenly king laughed wretchedly and quickly returned to the appearance of an expert. This old man is a decent person. It was someone else who peeped at me first. Otherwise, this old man, an expert, would not do such a thing. The feeling of being spied on lessened a lot. The subduing heavenly king laughed again. It seemed that the peeping fellow had already seen the scene and did not want to watch any more. The subduing heavenly king pondered for a while and began to walk around the hall. He fiddled with it here and there. Soon, the subduing heavenly king panted and chuckled. It's getting more and more interesting. I hope it's of some use. After thinking for a while, he looked at the main entrance of the hall again. Cheong, are you there? If you are, let me out for a chat. If you don't let me out, I'll go out myself. You really won't let me out? If you don't let me out, I'll go out. The subduing heavenly king laughed and walked towards the main entrance. The door of the hall was tightly shut, and the power of the rule filled the air. It was very strong. The subduing heavenly king glanced at it and chuckled. The power of the rule in this place has all gathered here. You really think highly of this old man. Say, why do you have to lock me up? I haven't been able to go to other places to take a look until now. As the subduing heavenly king spoke, his hand gently brushed the door of the hall. A gray force filled the air and slowly eroded the power of the rule. Gradually, the power of the rule spread out. The subduing heavenly king smiled and said, it's not weak. It's not a problem to lock up Guan Hongkuin and the others, but this old man is not Hongkuin. Soon, the power on the door began to fade. A lot of the power of the rule was directly destroyed. The subduing heavenly king casually pierced through the door of the hall and went out. At the same time, another subduing heavenly king appeared in the hall, sitting cross-legged and cultivating. The subduing heavenly king was full of smiles. Then he grabbed the void with one hand and the power of the rule spread out. The subduing heavenly king began to repair the door that had just been broken. In the blink of an eye, the door was sealed, and it was the same as before. Outside the hall, the subduing heavenly king rubbed his chin and was quite satisfied. He smiled and said, "Not bad. It's not inferior to the God creation envoy's counterfeiting ability." Then his figure changed, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a stranger. No, it wasn't a stranger, it was Cheung, the appearance of the divine emperor. The subduing heavenly king was very satisfied. His aura fluctuated slightly, and in an instant his aura became somewhat strange. Look at my heaven-concealing technique. With a low shout, a lot of power of the rule appeared outside the subduing heavenly king's body. The power of the rule filled the air, and his aura became even more blurry. At this time, the subduing heavenly king walked towards another hall in front of him. As he walked, he said coldly, "How dare you impersonate this emperor? Die!" In the hall in front of him, a figure slowly appeared. He looked exactly the same as the subduing heavenly king. The only difference was his attire. In the blink of an eye, the subduing heavenly king's attire changed. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "It's still a little lacking. You're a researcher, and I'm a martial artist. No, I have to change." After saying that, the subduing heavenly king's appearance did not change, but his temperament instantly changed. The previously cold him now had a hint of gentleness. His face was filled with the aura of a scholar, and there was even a hint of elegance on it. Like a teacher, the subduing heavenly king had his hands behind his back. His voice had also changed as he said with a faint smile, "There's no benefit in pretending to be this emperor. Why bother?" On the other side, the divine emperor looked at him and said softly, "Jean, long time no see. Jean, long time no see." The divine emperor sighed once again, and the subduing heavenly king sighed as well. Then he smiled and said, "Don't say it. It's been too long since we last met. I've forgotten some of your habits. Come, come, come. Come to think of it, you can be considered my martial uncle. You haven't taken care of me for so many years. How ungrateful." The subduing heavenly king nagged, "Master couldn't have been killed by you, right? Forget it. The old fellow isn't weak either. You might not have the ability to do so. I don't want to care about you guys being so mysterious." However, the subduing heavenly king sighed again, "But can't you tell me something? Give me some benefits? We're all family, yet you're still so petty. There's nothing I can say." The subduing heavenly king shook his head and said, "Forget it, cut the crap. Those things you said might not be useful. Your projection seems to have been erased by someone. Could it be that someone erased your memory? Who did it? I smell this. It's a little familiar. Looks like it's not you spying on me. This is the smell of the tree you planted. That tree is spying on me." The subduing heavenly king rubbed his chin and quickly gave up this action. This habit was not good. It was all led astray by Zhang Tao and Fang Ping. He put down his hand and continued to put his hands behind his back. The subduing heavenly king muttered, "That tree is already so strong. There's no justice in this world. Say, if you give me some benefits, I'll become an emperor. How can I forget you? But you won't. Forget it. I'll just beat you to death and replace you. Oh, there's still the power of the rule on your head? Does that mean you have other uses?" The subduing heavenly king nagged. The divine emperor opposite him did not say anything else. A palm condensed a large amount of power of the rule and slapped toward him. The heaven-suppressing heavenly king followed suit and struck out with his palm. He sent a palm over, and it was also rule force. However, heavenly King Zhen was still not satisfied. "Quite strong power. It's a bit hard for me to control it, suppressing my own power and forcefully changing it into this power. Forget it, that's enough. Outside is the rule power, inside is my own power. Anyway, those guys are very stupid, they won't be able to see it." The heaven-suppressing heavenly king smiled and said, "Breaking through the levels, right? There should be quite a few levels. Sooner or later, someone will come to this level. Should I set up some difficulties for them to break through? For example, if they tell me that they peed their pants when they were young and describe the process in detail, I will let them pass. After laughing for a while, the heaven-suppressing Heavenly King and the Divine Emperor quickly exchanged over 1,000 moves. Heavenly King Zhen's movements were becoming more and more similar to him. Seeing that it was about time, Heavenly King Zhen didn't delay any longer and directly grabbed at the God Emperor. Just as the God Emperor was about to retreat, Heavenly King Zhen laughed and said, "Come, have a taste of the sleeve universe." With a wave of his hand, heaven and earth changed color. The sky was dark. Rumble. The area where the Divine Emperor was located was directly covered in darkness. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Emperor disappeared. Heavenly King Zhen shook his sleeves and said with a smile, "Great Immortal Jin Yuan Zi is here. Ahem, I am Qiong. You can stay in my sleeve for a while." You don't say. This move is quite useful. As expected, I still need to watch more to stimulate my creative ideas. It seemed extremely easy for Heavenly King Zhen to capture the Divine Emperor. Without saying anything else, Heavenly King Zhen walked into the hall that the Divine Emperor had just come out from with his hands behind his back. His movements, form, and posture were exactly the same as the Divine Emperor just now. He was now in charge of this level. The peeping guy should be that tree. That guy should be in another level. Wait a minute. He should still need this old man. Heavenly King Zhen thought and looked in the direction of the hall where he was previously. At this moment, there seemed to be some changes in the sky over there, and a tiny, almost invisible, tentacle spread out from the void. In the blink of an eye, the tentacle disappeared. In the hall where the young man was, the scene of Heavenly King Zhen sitting cross-legged and cultivating appeared again. Not only that, Heavenly King Zhen, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, also looked up and gave a middle finger. Interesting. He really passed through this level. It seems like this guy has grasped quite a bit of the rule power here all these years. He's very strong. Heavenly King Zhen wanted to rub his chin, but quickly gave up and continued to think. Would he be able to get any benefits this time? Also, don't let anyone save my trapped fake body. Fong Ping and the God Creation Envoy don't even think about saving me. Just let me be trapped to death, I don't mind. Just as Heavenly King Zhen easily subdued the Divine Emperor, the others were also moving. At the Human Emperor's level, the Human Emperor sent away a challenger. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and the teleportation channel was forcefully sealed by him. He would not receive anyone in this level. The Human Emperor looked at the condensed rule power in the sky and frowned slightly. He did not move. Although he had broken the rules, he had only sealed the passageway. It was not as if he did not let others pass. If you have the ability, you can come in and break through. Spirit Emperor's checkpoint. The Spirit Emperor dragged a dead dog and looked at the sky. After thinking for a while, he opened the passageway and kicked the dead dog in. Woof! You evil bitch, if you come and bite you to death next time, I will spare your life this time. The heavenly dog roared. It was as if the dead dog from before was not him. At this moment, the heavenly dog became arrogant once again. Didn't you send me through obediently? Do you think I am no match for you? I just wanted to pass earlier and deliberately let you go. If you have the guts, let's fight for another 300 rounds. Bang! The passageway closed and the heavenly dog fell to the ground. The Spirit Emperor's entire body was overflowing with cold air. This dog deserved to be beaten to death. The heavenly dog widened its eyes, dumbfounded. What's wrong? What's wrong? Didn't he leave? Why did he come back? At the side, the 3 cats covered their eyes with their short claws. They couldn't look at it anymore. The big dog was so pitiful. If I send you away, you should just leave obediently. It's over. This time, he was really going to be beaten into a dead dog. Woof! A mournful dog barked. The heavenly dog was about to go crazy. It wasn't like this. Heavenly Emperor Zhan. Heavenly Emperor Jean appeared again with Little Cat in his hands, looking aggrieved. Heavenly Emperor Jean muttered, "Don't break the rules to steal the seed's energy. You stupid cat, the seed has already realized that something is wrong. I can't hide it for too long. You exchanged the seed's energy for some useless food." Sigh. Little Cat risked its life to steal a bunch of small fishes. If it wasn't for him secretly shattering the rules, it would have been killed long ago. Even so, it still wanted to steal and exchange it for food. What a fool! Meow. What are you barking for? After this, you should disappear. But that's true. It's not bad to be a satisfied cat before I die. Meow. Is it delicious? Heavenly Emperor Jean suddenly smiled and took a bag of snacks from Little Cat's paws. You are a smart cat. You even know how to bribe me. Let me have a taste. After so many years, perhaps I can have a real meal. He tore open the bag, took a chip, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed slowly, and suddenly, tears welled up in his eyes. He said softly, "You stupid cat, you know how to buy people's hearts. Go, don't steal too much. This little bit of power is not enough to stop me." Meow. Little Cat flew into the sky, tore through the sky, and disappeared instantly. Heavenly Emperor Jean looked up at the sky and laughed. He really wanted to go out and take a look. Perhaps he would never have the chance again. Beside him, another person appeared. This person was like a child, and he shouted, "Read properly!" After shouting, the child's tears flowed down. He choked and said, "Master, send them out of seclusion. The power of the rules has been depleted, and this place is no longer safe." Silly child. Heavenly Emperor Jean chuckled. They are already dead, so how can they be safe? Let them learn more and pass down my cultivation technique. I won't leave my name in life, but I will leave my name in death. That way, my life will not be in vain. Master, after this, you can leave. Leave alive. You don't have much lifespan left. Spend tens of thousands of years here with me. Sigh. With another sigh, Heavenly Emperor Jean looked up at the sky and smiled. This time, I have obtained some opportunities for you. When you go out, observe more and speak less. Don't choose sides easily, and don't trust those people easily. They have accompanied me for tens of thousands of years. That's enough. The child choked and was speechless. Heavenly Emperor's voice became softer. I will create some opportunities for you. Pretend that you have just awakened and appear in the 3 realms. Remember, until the last moment, do not reveal your strength. Master, the child choked. I want to take revenge for you. Revenge. After killing so many times, there is no more grudge. Furthermore, you won't be able to take revenge. Then, do you have any last wishes? The child became even more sorrowful. Last wishes! Heavenly Emperor Jean was speechless for a long time. Suddenly he laughed. Go and take a look at the inheritor of my source. If he doesn't like to study, send him to school and let him read thousands of books before letting him leave. Heavenly Emperor smiled. His smile was bright. The child choked again. At this moment, a cat fell from the sky. Heavenly Emperor Jean caught it casually. With a burst of energy, the nomological force was destroyed. Cat was holding onto a huge ball of life force. Meow. Heavenly Emperor Jean laughed again. Don't go. If you want to exchange for something delicious, you can do so in a few days. If you go now, I won't be able to protect you. Meow, Big Cat is gone. What should I do? Cat stopped meowing and started to speak. Stupid cat, it still wants to exchange for your fish. Go and exchange for it. It will do it. Heavenly Emperor Jean laughed and threw Cat aside. He walked away and patrolled the school. This school was about to be destroyed. It was a pity. The child behind him cried and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Cat passed a bag of chips over and meowed. Delicious, delicious. Little guy, remember to take care of Big Cat. Big Cat said that there are people bullying it. There are many bad people. The child received the chips and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Master said that you know how to buy people's hearts. You really know how to use it. You want to buy me over a bag of food? Meow. Two Cat looked dejected. I don't have any more. I only have a few bags left. Do you want more? I don't want it. I'll keep it for myself. The child smiled and was no longer sad. He opened the bag and took out the chips. He chewed them slowly, just like Heavenly Emperor Jean. Heavenly Emperor Jean could not taste it, but the child could. The more he ate, the more bitter it tasted. His tears fell again. Two Cat looked at him strangely and meowed. I'm crying because of the delicious food. I must take good care of Big Cat. I will. I will. The child nodded and smiled. His tears evaporated. You've bought me over with this bag of food. Azure Cat. Call me Two Cat. If Big Cat is here, I won't be Azure Cat anymore. You, the child smiled. Two Cat. Do you want to go out with me? No. Two Cat scurried out and shook its fat butt. Big Cat is already outside. I don't want to go out. The teacher is dying. I will go with him to another world to eat delicious food. Drip, drip. The child's tears fell again. Could it be that he could not avoid this day? In front, Heavenly Emperor Jean was patrolling the school with a smile. Behind him, a cat was jumping happily. He was the only one who could not see through life and death.